You're listening to 102.9 WFPRLP, Franklin Public Radio.
Good evening. Time being 7 o'clock, or shortly thereafter. I call the October 22nd, 2025 meeting of the Franklin Town Council to order. Please pause for a moment of silence. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All citizens are welcome to attend public meetings in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel or the live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. Meetings are also archived by Franklin TV on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel and shown on repeat on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29 for those who miss the live meeting. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using this number, 929-205-6099. This will not permit participation in the meeting. To participate in the meeting remotely, citizens are able to join a Zoom webinar using Zoom webinar ID 821-4231-1434. Then you need to hit the pound sign. Once again, the Zoom ID 821-4231-1434 pound. Any participants who wish to speak during the webinar must enter their full name and email address when joining the webinar. All participants will be automatically muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants who have entered full name and email address will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Okay, further announcements from the chair. I think I'll recognize Dave Callahan, Chairman of the School Committee.
All right, thank you very much. So here to provide another update about what's happening with the Franklin Public Schools. And this was something that's really kind of born out of conversations where school committee audience didn't always kind of tune into town council audience hadn't always tuned into school committee, and really wanted to be able to kind of provide that cross-pollination. And I'm very thankful for this opportunity and hope that as we kind of move forward, we'll be able to kind of continue that and even expand it as well. So the schools, right now, like school is in session, and we are living, breathing, teaching, and learning in this completely new, reorganized Franklin Public School system. And certainly not without some growing pains and some kind of hiccups along the way. But it's wonderful to kind of see the school cultures, the communities kind of come alive. Washington Street celebrated, they had a Unity Day, and Lincoln Street has a fun run this week. And it's amazing to kind of see all of that happen after, over 2 years of working towards this reorganization. Now, at our last school committee meeting, we had a presentation from the middle school and the high school about their clubs and the club offerings that they're having. And there's a lot of great stuff that they're working to kind of rebuild and get off the ground. However, just about any presentation, this one included, you can't kind of get away from the financial realities that exist and the budgetary kind of constraints following over $2 million in cuts last year, or like a 1% increase in our budget. As we saw over at the high school, a lot of the clubs that they're offering are really kind of fully contingent upon can't afford to kind of run certain clubs if there's not enough interest to be able to kind of run them. The other one is just a lot of fees that are out there that are having to kind of be passed on down to the families. And that wasn't always the case, and unfortunately just create some barriers to some of our Franklin families. over at the Franklin Food Pantry. I had met with them last month. We had some wonderful conversations. It kind of brought them on board to the school committee, both to kind of raise awareness about the incredible work that they do for this entire community, and especially our students, through the bagged lunch backpack program. And, but also to kind of talk about some issues, specifically the fact that they really see a drop in some of the students kind of seeking their services when they go from 8th grade into the high school. And there's, certainly there's that perhaps that stigma that exists out there that's kind of preventing that. And so we talked about some ideas where we might be able to help fight food insecurity at the high school level, including grant opportunities that are out there that will be able to kind of go and fight some of these issues without adding to the overall bottom line of the line item 300 for the Franklin Public Schools. And speaking of budget as well, Superintendent had discussed that he's already, him and his team at works of building next year's budget and doing a zero-based budgeting approach. When I was in grad school, one of my professors, Dr. George Jarnes, he really kind of had like two things that he would constantly kind of repeat. The first one is never send a Christmas card to someone unless you know you're going to get one in return. And the other one is that zero-based budgeting is the best and should be kind of utilized by every single organization out there, but it never is because it's incredibly labor intense. And so for folks who didn't have Jarnes, zero-based budgeting approach basically takes no assumptions. It builds everything from the ground up so that we all have to kind of justify each and every single dollar spent on the systems, on the classrooms, on the schools. It provides great financial efficiency and effectiveness because of that, but it does create so much manpower. I bring that up. They did this last year as they're working towards this reorganization, and they decided that we got to do it again because now we've lived through that process. And now let's kind of go and rebuild our budget predicated on how schools have been going. And I really also kind of mention that because, for folks who are interested in the school's budget, who have questions about the budgetary process, like now is the time to get involved. We are having those conversations, right now. And it's right here every other Tuesday in this room at 7 o'clock where, we're doing the hard work to reorganize our schools, to save millions of dollars for this community, to grapple with some really hard decisions when there are $2 million or more cuts that have to kind of be made, and doing all of the amazing hard work right here. So please kind of come and join us. Not telling these folks, but I will say school committee typically kind of has some of the best meetings of all of Franklin. And not for nothing too, but my wife bakes delicious cookies right before every meeting too. So it's a fantastic time. Come on down. We got our last meeting of this term next Tuesday on the 28th at 7 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, next, on announcements from the chair, Town Clerk Nancy Dinello, 2 minutes or less.
I got a lot to say tonight.
possible.
Sit down, kick your feet up. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. I'm Nancy Dinello, your town clerk. So we have this thing coming up called an election on November 4th, and it is quickly approaching. We started in-person early voting on October 17th, and we will continue with in-person early voting in the clerk's office through October 31st. So please come on in and cast your vote if you cannot make it to the polls. We're also open this Saturday, October 25th, for in-person early voting, as well as it being the last day to register to vote. And that will be from 9 to 3. So again, come on in so we're not sitting here bored by ourselves. If you would like a ballot mailed to you, you need to fill out an application, okay? We will gladly mail you a ballot if you fill out an application. The applications are on the website, or you can call us. We will email them to you. Whatever you prefer, we will gladly do it. When you're ready to return your ballot, to avoid the delay in the mail, you can always deposit those ballots in the mailbox. We have 2 drop-off bins. We have the mailbox just past the drive-up, and then we have the drop bin that deposits right into my office. Both totally secure. I've received numerous phone calls for information about the candidates. There are a lot of candidates. I do not have the bios in my office, but most of the candidates have done interviews with Alan Earls, The Observer, and Stephen Sherlock, Franklin Matters. So if you're interested in getting the candidates' bios, you can go on to franklinobserver.town.news and franklinmatters.org. And again, you can view all of the candidates' interviews. If anyone is interested in some stats, it's pretty sad. As of 4 o'clock today, out of a total of 26,122 voters, I mailed out 729 ballots. 179 were returned back as of today. 203 people voted in person. That's a total of 382 votes cast. Folks, all elections are important. Local elections affect you. Voter turnout has been incredibly low. There are so many options these days. Please come out, cast your vote. It's important. So, come and see us, vote early, in person, or come on Election Day, November 4th, at the high school from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. I think Steve Sherlock is going to speak more on the bios. Right, Steve? Thank you. Thank you. Was that okay? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. So your buzzer didn't go off. You didn't gavel me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on from announcements from the chair right into citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda. In compliance with General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 20, the open meeting law, the council cannot engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comments. The town council may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Although nothing herein shall prevent the town administrator from correcting a misstatement of fact during citizens' comments. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Gene. Please name and address, please, Joe.
Thank you, Tom. Gene Grella, 36 Redgate Lane. About a year ago, I created an online petition on the project of 444 East Central Street. The petition stated, by signing this petition, we call upon our local planning and zoning authorities to reconsider this proposal for the sake of Franklin's future. To date, we have had over 1,300 signers of that online petition. In June of this year, the Franklin Observer did a survey for readers asking if they were for or against the project at 444 East Central Street. Over 1,300 people responded to that survey. Here are the results. Should the town support the construction of 264 units at 444 East Central Street? 91.75% said no. The people in the survey who answered no were asked what their reason was. The number one answer was traffic, followed by number two. People were worried about the burden to put on town services. Last question, do you think town government has listened or will listen to your concerns? 89% said no. This week, I submitted a petition to the town clerk signed by 896 residents and voters of the town of Franklin. The petition states, we, the undersigned residents of the town of Franklin, respectfully submit this petition to express our strong opposition to the proposed Friendly 40B development of 264 apartment units at 444 East Central Street, the current site of Stobart's Nursery. We further request that the town council formally rescind its prior vote of support for this project and notify all relevant state agencies of the withdrawal of municipal endorsement. We request that the ZBA deny the comprehensive permit for this project and that all government agencies oppose any waivers to town bylaws regarding building height, wetlands, stormwater, and well water protections. We've heard 3 times from the people of Franklin on this topic. Why has no action been taken to put a halt to this project? We recently heard in a letter from Representative Roy that because Franklin sits above the 10% mark for affordable housing, this is strictly a local decision. Why do we continue to move forward with hearings? We know the town can take action because we've already seen it. Unfortunately, that action was to ask that one of the buildings be reduced 3 stories, from 4 stories to 3 stories, at the expense of some parking spaces. While this change addressed some of the abutters' concerns, it does nothing to address the concerns that the rest of the town has about this project. Last question. Do you think the town government has listened or will listen to your concerns? 89% said no. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Steve, please. Name and address, please.
Steve Sherlock, 13 Magnolia Drive, Community Information Director for Franklin Matters, Franklin Public Radio. One humorous PSA. Folks should be aware the Lions are doing a trunk or treat on Saturday from 4 to 6. There might be a mysterious, crazy-looking reporter there manning one of the trunks. But on a more serious note, so I can read exactly, please know who you are voting for and understand why you are voting for them. With many of the candidates' help, I created 23 initially, 24 was completed. The 25th is scheduled for tomorrow. Those 2 additions are for the write-in for the Board of Health candidates. To share those conversations with the community. They're on YouTube, available with your podcast apps. Franklin TV is scheduling them on both the Town Hall channel and on the All Access channel. All you need to do now is to gather the info to cast an informed ballot on or before, as Town Clerk said, November 4th at the high school. So let's create a scenario. Candidate gets on the ballot, stops actively campaigning. Voters cast enough votes to enable that candidate to be one of the 9 for the town council. The candidate in this scenario doesn't step up to fulfill the commitment that they took when they turned in their signed papers. Realistically, this could also happen with any of the 9 should one of them not choose to fulfill that commitment. Folks may think, oh, take the next one. Actually, per town charter, that circumstance would kick off a special election to be run within 90 days to fulfill the seat of the candidate who technically would have resigned. Elections cost money, and we already have enough of a budget issue, so we don't need to add to that circumstance. So my one ask, please know who you are voting for and understand why you are voting for them, and are they going to serve the community? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Is there anyone else? Mark, name and address, please.
Thank you, Tom. Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive. Tonight, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to share that this past Saturday, myself, some of my family members, some of my friends, some of you were out exercising our First Amendment rights here in Franklin. It was a great day. It was great to see so many people out and joining millions across the country. I do want to, the reason I'm standing to share this information with you is I also want to share a little bit of disappointment in that day. We saw several instances of people driving by, giving us the finger, dropping F-bombs out their windows at us. Granted, that is their First Amendment right that they are exercising as well, but I'm still very disappointed that in this community we're sharing that sort of hate while groups are out protesting. I just wanted to share that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? Okay, is there anybody out there in Zoom land that would like to speak on an item not on tonight's agenda? I don't see a hand. Do you see anybody, Julie? No. Okay. All right, moving on. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes from September 3rd, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion, additions, deletions. Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'd now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from September 17th, 2025.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion, additions, deletions. Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda is proclamations and recognitions. We have a few swearing-ins this evening. And Jamie, the first one is swearing in of our new fire chief, Chuck Allen.
Sure.
And I'll let Jamie do a little intro first.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, just a quick opening remarks. First, I truly mean this, and I know I speak on behalf of the whole council and community. We have a full house tonight. I want to thank all of our first responders in this community and all the adjacent communities. I see Rentham, Medway, a whole variety of other communities from around the area. I want to thank our paramedics, our firefighters, our police, our public works officers, and all the first responders for their bravery and dedication and their commitment. I want to thank all of their families as well. As all of you know me, I frequently mention their families give up the same type of sacrifice for this community by having their loved ones in this field. I want to thank them for their commitment to this community and this entire region. And just while I have the platform, I want to remind everybody, the men and women that you have in this room right now are literally and truly one of the, we metaphorically say we're in the 0.01% of something. But our folks here in Franklin truly are in the 0.01% of one of the best public safety agencies in the entire United States of America. For those of you who don't know, we have an ISO 1 fire department. We are one of 500 out of 45,000 fire departments across the United States. We truly have some of the best and brightest individuals, and I thank all of you for your incredible service to this area and this community. Yep. I usually clap, Mark, but thank you for jumping in for me. It was kind of awkward myself to do a clap after my own speech. I also haven't seen him. I know he's around somewhere. I'd be remiss. I did get a text message. I want to thank now former Chief Jim McLaughlin for his incredibly heroic 6 years, as chief of the fire department. I know you're hiding somewhere, Jim. I'm worried that you're like, oh, thank you, Jim. Thought maybe he was standing behind me. And I won't get a chance to comment, but through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank and congratulate Battalion Chief Sean Lovely and Lieutenant Jaden Brodeur, who are going to get appointed in a little bit. I want to thank them for their incredible hard work to this community. You know, when I got here 10 years ago, oftentimes there was not a lot of people that wanted to be promoted. Many of you who have been on the council for many years know what it was like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 years ago. I really want to commend Sean and Jaden, as well as all of the other folks who've been promoted recently or applied to be promoted. I think as Chief McLaughlin said on his way out the door, this department, if it remains intact, should be in great shape with great, fantastic leadership and men and women in this department for many, many years. And thanks to Sean and Jaden, and congratulations to them and their families in a little bit. Next up is the individual at the moment. Oftentimes these speeches for me are sometimes some of the hardest ones because I don't believe there's really a mix of words that I can really lay out there to introduce the next fire chief. When I got here 10 years ago, as I've said many times, you know, Chuck Allen and Tommy Carlucci were a couple of the people that I became kind of close with right when we got here. And through a lot of late nights, a lot of conversations. Yep, I used to go to Colt's Tavern every once in a while. And a lot of hard work. You know, we tried to dissect, you know, exactly where the Franklin Fire Department and where public safety was going. Chuck has been an instrumental leader in this community for many, many years. As I said during his introductory exercise at the ratification, Chuck has basically participated in every faction of everything you could have in the fire department. Many people don't know he served on our insurance advisory committee. He came in here to help negotiate health insurance with us. He was on the safety committee to try to bring better training and professional development to the department. He was the union president for many, many years, and as I think I said at the ratification, I've never heard anybody called emeritus anything. And yet, because of the respect and because of the hard work and dedication that Chuck put in, many weekends, many nights, many early mornings, and certainly during all of his shifts, he is the first paramedic and firefighter in Franklin history to ever be nominated in the union as a president emeritus. I know they'll never call me that someday, and that's okay, but that's a real honor, and that's a real incredible thing to have on your resume. When I read his resume and I saw emeritus during the interview, I had to give him a couple jokes about it, but here tonight with all the folks from neighboring communities and all of the individuals here from our department, I hope everybody can truly mean that when you're the first of something in your union, that means that you have the respect and support of all the men and women in the department and their families. And it is with my pleasure, honor, on this historic night of this incredible transition from Chief McLaughlin's leadership. We're going to introduce to you tonight a pinning ceremony, which I believe our illustrious town clerk is now going to take over. But it's really exciting to be here as a town manager. I love Chuck dearly. He's going to be an amazing chief. He's an amazing leader. We have an amazing department, and I hope, despite all of the trials and tribulations over the last couple of years and the budget and what we're hearing on Facebook, and certainly the degradation of a lot of public service officials across the country, I hope the citizens of this town know, with Chuck at the helm, public safety is going to be priority number one, and you and your home and your family, he's going to do everything he can 24/7 to make sure you and your family and your children are as safe as can be. So without further ado, I guess I'll introduce now our town clerk to give him the oath of office and start the pinning. Nancy?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to I'm going to call you Charles, okay? Charles, if you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Charles Allen,
I, Charles Allen,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute the duties
to faithfully execute the duties
as the fire chief
as the fire chief
for the town of Franklin,
for the town of Franklin,
with respect,
with respect,
integrity,
integrity,
and
and
excellence,
excellence,
and to uphold the mission of the department,
and to uphold the mission of the department,
the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the United States of America,
the state of
the
Massachusetts,
state of Massachusetts,
and the laws and ordinances
and the laws and ordinances,
of the town of Franklin.
Town of Franklin.
So help me God.
so help me God.
Real quick here. I have a few remarks before we bring in a couple promotions following my promotion through the chair. I'd like to begin by thanking Chairman Mercer, the members of the council, our town administrator Jamie Helen, for their continued support of the Franklin Fire Department. I also want to thank our town clerk Nancy for administering my oath this evening, and to recognize our command staff for every member of this department for standing beside me throughout my career, especially today. It's an incredible honor to stand before you as the chief of the Franklin Fire Department. I'm humbled by the trust this community has placed in me, and I recognize this position carries great responsibility. Not only to lead, but to serve. My commitment is to uphold the proud traditions that have shaped this department while continuing to move it forward with professionalism, integrity, and teamwork. I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge Chief McLaughlin for his years of service, leadership to the town of Franklin and our fire department. I also want to thank my family for their support, especially my wife for her patience and encouragement, and my father-in-law, retired Chief John Kyle of the Marlborough Fire Department, whose example continues to inspire me every day. The fire service is built on tradition, but it thrives on leadership. Leadership that earns respect through action, mentorship, and accountability. That's why ceremonies like tonight are so meaningful. They remind us that the strength of this department lies in its people, those who lead from the front and inspire others to follow. Tonight, we have the privilege of recognizing two of those leaders. Their promotions reflect their dedication, professionalism, and respect they have earned from their peers in this community. With my own promotion creating openings through the chain of command, we now have the opportunity to advance two outstanding firefighters who are ready to step into leadership roles and continue guiding this department into the future. With that, it's my honor to begin this evening's promotions. First, the advancement of Battalion Chief, Sean Lovely. Sean, step up. Leadership in our organization, this promotion reflects years of dedication, professionalism, and service to the community. It gives me great pride to introduce Sean Lovely for promotion to Battalion Chief.
Hi, Sean. Congratulations. And ask you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Sean Lovely,
I, Sean Lovely,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute the duties
to faithfully execute the duties
as the Battalion Chief
as the Battalion Chief
for the Town of
for
Franklin
the Town of Franklin
with respect,
with respect,
integrity,
integrity,
and excellence,
excellence,
and to uphold the mission of the department,
and to uphold the
mission of
mission
the
of the
department,
department,
the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the United States of America,
the state of
the
Massachusetts,
state of Massachusetts,
and the laws and ordinances
and the laws and ordinances
of the Town of Franklin.
Town of Franklin.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sean is a lifelong resident of Franklin. He's a graduate of Franklin High School. He began his fire service career with the Franklin Fire Department as a call firefighter in 1998. He became a paramedic in 1999. Sean went on to serve as a full-time firefighter in Plainville and Westwood Fire Departments before returning home to Franklin in 2004 to a career as a career firefighter. Sean's dedication and leadership have been evident throughout his career. He was promoted to lieutenant in 2018 and to captain in 2020. Since 2019, he has also served as the department's assistant training officer, where he has been instrumental in advancing professionalism through professional development of our members and maintaining the department's high training standards. Battalion Chief Lovely's commitment to education mirrors his commitment to the fire service. He holds a bachelor's degree in fire administration from Columbia Southern University and an associate's degree in criminal justice from Massachusetts Bay Community College. He also attended Bridgewater State University, where he studied business administration. Sean's dedication to excellence was recognized in 2011 when he received the Firefighter of the Year Award in Excellence in Leadership. This evening's pinning, he was pinned by his daughter, Tegan. Next, we have a swearing in for our Lieutenant Jaden Brodeur. Jaden? Tonight, we're proud to recognize the official swearing in of Lieutenant Jaden Brodeur. Jaden is a 2002 graduate of Franklin High School and a 2008 graduate of the University of Massachusetts Amherst, where he earned a bachelor's degree from the Eisenberg School of Management. He went on to attend his paramedic certification in 2009. Jaden joined the Franklin Fire Department in 2013, where he consistently demonstrated professionalism, leadership, and dedication to the community. Since 2020, he has served as a field training officer, mentoring and guiding new firefighters as they develop their skills and knowledge within the department. Jaden currently resides in the town of Mendon with his wife Ashley and their children, Trey and Addison. Pinning Lieutenant Brodeur tonight is his daughter, Addison.
If you would raise your right hand and repeat after me, please. I, Jaden Brodeur,
I, Jaden Brodeur,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute the duties
to faithfully execute the duties
as lieutenant
as lieutenant
for the Town of Franklin
for the Town of Franklin
with respect,
with respect,
integrity,
integrity,
and excellence,
and excellence,
and to uphold the mission of the department
and to uphold the mission of the department,
the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the United States of America,
the state of Massachusetts,
the state of Massachusetts,
and the laws and ordinances
and the laws and ordinances
of the town of Franklin.
of the town of Franklin.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay, we're going to take a short 2-minute recess just to get a couple of pictures with the promotions this evening, and we'll come right back to session.
You're listening to 102.9 WFPR-LP, Franklin Public Radio.
Chris, you all set? Okay. I'll bring the October 22nd meeting of the Franklin Town Council back to order. And the next item on the agenda is appointments. And because of the way this is, we have to do this a little bit backwards. We're going to go to legislation for action. Legislation for action 9A. And the reason being, we're increasing the number of people on the committee. So we can't appoint them until we extend the size of the committee.
Right.
So, Resolution 25-63, increasing the maximum number of members allowed on Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 25-63, increasing the maximum number of members allowed on the Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee, whereas the Franklin Town Council established Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee, known as the Committee, on June 18th, 2025, with the approval of Resolution 25-38, and said resolution established a maximum number of members allowed as 13, of which 8 shall be at-large Franklin residents. And whereas the Franklin Town Council has since determined that it is the committee's best interest to increase the number of members allowed to 15, in which 10 shall be at-large Franklin residents. Now, therefore be it ordered by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin that Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee will consist of 15 members, of which 10 shall be at-large Franklin residents. This resolution should become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move Resolution 25-63.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll go back to appointments. Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee. Clerk will read the appointments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is appointments to the Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee. The Town Administrator has appointed the following individuals to serve on the Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee, with terms to become effective on October 22nd, 2025, and to expire on June 30th, 2029. Name: Charlene Belcher from the Library Board of Directors, 31 Meadowlark Lane. Sandra Kane from Dean College, 99 Main Street. Alan Earls from the Historical Commission of 23 Mervyn Avenue. Swati Rayo of Cultural Council, 1090 Pond Street. Roberta Chahan from the Cultural District Committee, 1 Green Street. At-large resident members: Robert Brown, 34 Highwood Drive. Daniel Brunelli of 160 Brook Street. Mike Carroll, 21 Main Street. Julie Crononi of 8 Norm Braga Circle, Jason Joyce of 80 Union Street, Matthew Karras of 19 Longfellow Drive, Leon Mulligan of 30 Lost Horse Trail, Debbie Pellegri of 181 Pleasant Street, Lynn Pickover of 491 West Central Street, D12, and Ali Rumi of 47 Summer Street, Apartment 1C. Motion, Mr. Chairman, to ratify the appointments by the Town Administrator of the individuals named above to serve on the Franklin's 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee, with terms to become effective October 22nd, 2025, and to expire on June 30th, 2029.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie?
Just to you, Mr. Chairman, just thanks to everybody for stepping up to the plate. We had just about the exact number picked out. Everybody that wanted to be on the committee, I think essentially is here. I follow the town of Easton. They're good friends of mine. The town manager there and the assistant town manager there actually lives in Franklin, and they've been posting a lot of their 300th anniversary celebrations events on LinkedIn, and I got to tell you, the folks in the room here have a lot of work to do to catch up to the 50th. Easton's having bonfires, they're having parties, they're having throwdowns, they're having Memorial Days, they're having this, they're having events. It's almost like every day. Take a look at Rentham and Easton. They just had huge celebrations. Easton's in the middle of their 300th, but I I hope that this committee can help unify the community a little bit. I hope that the celebration of your 250th anniversary in a couple of years will serve as a point of pride of the community. You have a lot of tremendous assets in this community. I think there's a lot of, unfortunately, there's a lot of negativity out there these days, but this is the kind of event, if you look at Rentham and Easton, I think we used to be a part of Rentham, so you can't let Rentham have a bigger celebration, especially with Chief Marino out there. He already came into your house. He was just right out the door there for Chuck. I think this committee is a great group of people, and I hope they have a real throwdown in a couple of years. You got a lot of work to do, but as I said earlier, I did it the 300th anniversary. I was lucky enough in Hopkinton when I worked there as the assistant manager, and I got to tell you, it's truly one of the greatest things I've ever done in my life if it's done right. It is one of the most gratifying experiences you'll ever have, and I really hope people get out there and do a lot of hard work. And by the way, last thing I'm going to say, if you disagree, it's okay, but just do everything. You know, don't try to pick and choose. Let everybody have a voice and bring everybody together and celebrate what an amazing community this is. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jimmy. Any further discussion, councilors?
It's awesome.
Okay, seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve the members of the 250th Anniversary Celebration Committee, as just read by our town council clerk. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. It's going to be great.
When do the meetings start?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I stupidly forgot. Representative Roy and Senator Roush also got us a $50,000 earmark in the state budget for the 250th Celebration Committee. Like, how could I not forget that? I will be writing a letter to try to get those funds, and I'll, once the committee organizes, just talk to me and we'll work with our legislators on how to get that money. So thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, next item on the agenda is 2025 election workers. These appointments, clerk will read the appointment.
More than happy to. Debbie, I might need some help with a few of these names. I am. I'm gonna try anyways. My apologies if I butcher anyone's name before the onslaught of reading them, please. Appointments, Mr. Chairman, for election workers. The town clerk has recommended the individuals listed below to the town administrator, and the town administrator has appointed the individuals listed below to serve as election workers for the November 4th, 2025 biennial local election. Ann Basanti, Sandy Brand-Brenner, Michael Brown, Sue Cass, Colin Cass, Carl Cedarquist, Elisa Checkaway, Betsy Cook, Steve Cook, Mary Lou Costello, Francis Coughlin, Denise Sear, Jan DiSaliandro, Lois D'Amico, Mary Beth Dorico, yep, thank you, Nick DeSico, DeCecco, thank you, Roberta Doherty, Mary Ellen Fico, Sharon Filosa, yep, Georgiana Fitzgerald, Lori Forbes, Jean Gentili, Sandra Golbowski, thank you, Patty Gorham, Linda Grant, Janet Alterman, Mary Harrigan, John Hiss, Joe Hurley, Joyce Jobs, Carla Casabian, Karen Kearns, Kevin Kearns, Linda Kelleher, Barbara Kelly, Linda Kelly, Eileen Kelleher, Mary Kinney, Nancy Cloakson, Diane Lind, Sharon Lindstrom, John Loperesti, Mary Lucier, Phyllis Malcolm, Jack Mans, Andrea Marseglia, Heather Martin, Gail Martinez, Andy McKim, Betsy McMillan, Ross Mariam, did I say that correctly? Joanne Osborne, Martha Pepe, Patty Phillips, Kim Prodko, Nancy Rappa, Lisa Reagan, Camille Rubino, Jim Santoro, Teresa Saborn, Steve, this one's hard. Schulteis, thank you. Joanne Shanahan, Bonnie Tinley, Jean Tolan, Roberta Jahan, Gail Vieira, Sharon Whalen, Marissa Weish, Jean Wolfe, and Patty Wiley. Mr. Chairman, this is a motion to ratify the appointments by the town administrator of the individuals named above to serve as election workers for the November 4th, 2025 biennial election.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion on the motion. Nancy, anything to add? And Councilor Jones apologizes to anyone whose name he had a little problem.
I said that.
Not too bad.
Not too bad, not too bad.
The vowels hurt him.
Okay, any further discussion?
It's my Boston accent.
Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, one and all, and thank you. And again, thank you to all those folks that have stepped forward, not just as election workers, but the 250th anniversary committee. Just putting your name out there and being willing to give of your time is a great thing. And it's your opportunity to give a little back to our great community. Okay, next item on the agenda is public hearings. The first one is a new Section 12 restaurant all alcoholic beverage license and approval of Bassam Michael as the manager, BMRG LLC, doing business as King's Brick Oven Pizza and Pub located at 370 King Street. I will declare this public hearing open. Would you like to do a lead-in?
Certainly, thank you to the chair, and good evening, members of the council. Edward Cannon, counsel for the applicant. I'm joined tonight by Michael Bassam, the designated manager, and by Ramel Barsoum, both of which are the owners of the applicant. They're very excited. This is their first ownership opportunity. Hard-working young guys, really, when we're talking about positivity and the community and in the country, that they're what really the United States stands for. They're hardworking, doing it on their own, and they've chosen to invest in Franklin. And so they've been open 3 months. They've had a very positive response. We encourage everyone to go give it a try for yourselves. And they'd like to take the next step and apply for the alcohol license. They both are tip certified, and we're eager for this opportunity. So thank you to the chair.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will go to the public first. So is there anyone in council chambers that has a question or comment on this new liquor license? Okay, is there anyone out there in Zoom land that has a question or a comment on this all alcoholic beverage license? Okay, I'll go to the council. Questions from the council. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is more of a comment than a question because I have gotten to meet these guys and gone into the restaurant a couple of times, and I can attest that incredibly friendly service, great food. My family has enjoyed the pizza very much, and I can just see by everybody smiling inside that you guys are the real deal, and I wish you all the best of luck with this new business. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier Ledger. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, congratulations and best of luck. I really hope you guys do well. It's a good spot being right off the exit right there, so with so many good customers to choose from as they come off the exit. I still call it exit 16.
Yes.
But just a couple quick questions. Sir, you mentioned there, you are tip trained. All of your employees will be going through the program of tip training. And if one of my biggest concerns is that your clients have been made aware of the town's bylaw in regards to serving food up until 30 minutes prior to closing, so that no alcohol isn't served just hours after food's been served. Mainly, it's by one of our local bylaws. Just want to make sure that they're made aware of that.
Yes.
So, other than that, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Any other councilors? Councilor Pellegrini?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask that everything is in order with the, are you the owners?
Yes, we are.
You're both the owners?
Yes.
And everything is in order?
Yes.
All the paperwork, there's no legal problems? Everything is in good standing?
Yes.
Okay. Those were my questions. Well, go ahead.
Sorry.
Before you go, just so, there were a couple of councilors, myself included, and I know Councilor Pellegrini, had gotten a couple of calls on the property itself.
Sure.
Okay? And I think that's what Councilor Pellegrini was addressing, the issues with the property.
Sure.
And,
If the chair would like, I could speak briefly to that.
Sure,
Just to
sure,
enlighten.
that would
So,
be great.
uh,
Go ahead, Mark. I know it's not
I
something.
just want to point out to the council, this is a public hearing, and you're required to rely upon anything that takes place within the four corners of this public hearing, not outside. You're
Right.
not entitled to take that into account. You can certainly ask questions, listen to statements, what have you, but you're confined to the record here in the chamber.
Yeah, okay. Up to you.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Be happy to just update folks. So there are new tenants at 370 King Street. There is litigation from a lender who lent money to the prior tenant. So the prior tenant owes a lender money. There is some question as to security. So when you lend, you take back a UCC filing statement, and you get security for certain equipment. There's some question about that. That's in the court system, and that will be ironed out. These gentlemen are caught in the middle. That's really a complaint between the lender and the prior tenant. And so that's ongoing, but that will resolve itself one way or another.
Okay.
But we offer licenses to those individuals that are in good standing. So can we say that we're in good standing to be able to do this?
Absolutely, unreservedly, yes.
In the individuals, really, we're talking about the individuals here. These two folks here. Jamie?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, every department is signed off on this application, all the permits, all the building permits, the treasurer collector, everybody else from a town standpoint, which is exactly, I think, what the town attorney was referencing. Any other facts that are Mr. Cannon brought up are between other parties and are not a reason for a grounds for denial. I highly recommend you approve this application.
And
Thank you.
that's what I was trying to say.
And just to complete the record, it's my understanding that that prior tenant is still in the area and available, so that it's not like they're caught. There's somebody that you can focus on.
Again, the status of the building really doesn't
Right.
have anything to do with what we're doing here this evening. We're approving a liquor license to these two gentlemen, and then it goes to the ABCC, which they can have this whole process as far as we're concerned. Because it just doesn't make sense. Anyway, that's a story for another day.
Right.
Any other councilors? Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, I don't really have a question. I just wanted to thank you both for taking the risk and investing in Franklin, and I hope you do really well. It's nice to hear from Councilor Cormier-Ledger that he's already been there, and everybody seems really happy, and his kids love it. So, you know, like there'll be football teams and all kinds of people there before you know it. But so thank you for taking the risk and being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Any other councilors? Okay, Jamie, anything to add?
Nope, all set, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I will declare the public hearing on new Section 12 restaurant all alcoholic beverage license and the approval of Bassam Michael as the manager, BMRG LLC, doing business as King's Brick Oven Pizza and Pub located at 370 King Street, closed. Okay, not to keep you, we'll go right to legislation, we'll take care of that. So we'll go to legislation for action under 7A, which is license transaction, new section 12, restaurant, all alcoholic beverage license and approval of Bassam Michael as the manager, BMRG LLC, doing business as Kit's Brick Oven Pizza and Pub located at 370 King Street, Franklin, Mass. 02038. Clerk will read the license transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a license transaction. New Section 12 restaurant all alcoholic beverages license for BMRG LLC, doing business as King's Brick Oven Pizza and Pub, located at 370 King Street, Franklin, Massachusetts, 02038. BMRG LLC, doing business as King's Brick Oven Pizza and Pub, located at 370 King Street, Franklin, Mass. 02038 is seeking approval for a new Section 12 restaurant all alcoholic beverage license and approval of the manager, Bassam Michael. All departments have signed off on this application and motion to approve the request. BMRG LLC, doing business as King's Brick Oven Pizza and Pub for a new Section 12 restaurant all alcoholic beverage license and to approve the manager, Bassam Michael.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie?
Nope, all set.
Any councilors? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Abstain.
One abstention.
Okay.
So,
Thank you all very much.
Okay,
Have a good
thank
night.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Best of luck, guys.
okay, next item on the agenda is another public hearing. And this is multiple modifications of a Section 15 package store all alcoholic beverage license, which is a change of license manager, change of officers, directors, and change of stock. Dharma Bhakti Corporation, doing business as Liquor World, located at 365 West Central Street, and I will declare that public hearing open. And just so that people are aware, I believe this is the one that the individual or the new named manager was scheduled to be here last Wednesday.
Oh.
But he is out of town tonight. This week. So he wasn't able to make it. But this is something, and I'll go to our attorney on this, this is something that is normal process, correct?
That's correct, and at their request, they've asked that this be continued to next week when he can be here.
Perfect.
So just simply leave the hearing open and continue.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to continue the public hearing till October 29th.
So moved as mentioned.
At 7 o'clock.
At 7 o'clock, at 7 o'clock. Okay, motion and a second. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next item on the agenda, presentation and discussion. The first one this evening is the Historical Museum 2.0. Alan Earls, Historical Commission Chair. Please come forward, Alan. You can
Got it.
maybe introduce yourself as, for
Sure.
those folks who don't know who you are.
I'm Alan Earls. I'm the chair of the Historical Commission. I live at 23 Marvin Ave when I'm not at the Historical Commission or the museum. And just let me do one thing here. Okay. Thank you all for making the time for us on your agenda. I know you have a very busy agenda, and you always have a very busy agenda, and I'm so glad I'm not behind the desk. The good thing is I can promise you is I'm not asking you for anything. I'm just going to give you some information so you can take a deep breath and relax. This is like, halftime show or something. Okay. Basically, as you are probably aware, we have a museum over at 80 West Central Street. Not everybody's been there, but we're not keeping score. You're always welcome. If you don't have time in regular hours, call us. We'll take you through it. We're calling it Museum 2.0 in a nod to the software industry. People talk about first version, second version, and it's not quite a second version. We're just taking the good things we had and hopefully upgrading them a little bit. What is the Franklin Historical Museum 2.0? We hope it's a new and better visitor experience, aiming at enhanced relevance for the town so that people who are new to the area find something they can understand and relate to. We're certainly hanging on to all our historical items, but we want this to be a place where people who aren't townies can get excited and become townies, honorary townies. And we also want to address financial and fiscal responsibility because that's so critical right now. Obviously, I know we've been discussed as being on the chopping block in the past and in the future. That's probably going to happen again. And when I heard Dave from the school committee talk about zero-based budgeting, I said, that's great because we're already pretty much at zero. No problem. Okay, quick background. This summer, we turned 50 years old. The museum started in the old South Meeting House, which is currently being taken over for great reuse by Habitat for Humanity. That was just 3 years after the Historical Commission was started. In 2008 or thereabouts, I may be a little off on the date, maybe some of you know it better, the town council made the decision to take the original town hall from 1842, which had been used as such into the 1970s and 80s, and then used as a senior center, and turn it into a showpiece museum, and it really is. We're incredibly fortunate to have that facility. The people in neighboring towns who are in the historical community are in awe of the structure we have and the things we have. In 2010 to 2011, we moved from the old location to the new. Debbie Pellegri was at that time our chair, and she and her husband really spearheaded that and did an amazing amount of sweat equity. You couldn't have paid them for all the time they put in. It was well, maybe you could, but I think that might be something we can't do now, but with interest.
Yeah.
There you go. And we also
Ronnie did a lot of.
Yeah, no, I think I said that too. Hope I did. Tri-County helped us out with a fantastic set of display cases. People from other museums come in and say, where did you get those? We need things just like that. And we tell them, and I don't know if Tri-County can always do it for them anymore, but we got there first. 2012, Friends of the Museum organized to fundraise for us. Debbie's been very involved with that since departing the commission. The result is we have history preserved in a terrific community space. You can see this ladder eye view of the room. It's very warm, welcoming. We have all kinds of great artifacts and stuff like that. So the question is, what is the relevance and readiness of our museum for modern times, and especially to work with Franklin's 250th celebration coming up? The challenges that are facing all museums, not just ours, is limited ability to refresh and rotate museum exhibits. We have people come in and say, well, I like coming here, but this is the same stuff I saw last year. It's true. We're also competing for attention in a digital age where people have lots of other things to do, maybe short attention spans, if I want to sound like an old crank and complain about youngins, but I'm the same way. And all museums are also struggling as they try to navigate this with balancing authenticity, real things, with the latest bells and whistles you can do with technology and videos and what have you. And fundamentally, as alluded to earlier, we are fighting to make sure our exhibits connect to people. They make sense, that people understand what they're looking at. Again, if you're a townie person and you grew up here, you see some of these artifacts, you grew up hearing about them, maybe it makes sense to you right off the bat, but that's not true for everybody or everything. But we think we can deliver that. We think we can make the museum clear and understandable and exciting to everyone. And that, we think, is the future of the museum and also an important part of how we fit into the town. We're trying to address these challenges by simplifying and streamlining what we display. If you've been in 6 months ago and you come in now, you'll notice there's a big change. We moved a lot of display cases from the center of the museum to the outside, moved some down in our storage area, and we now route people through what's essentially a timeline, and what we want to build there is a clear, basic, everything you would ever need to know to say, I know what Franklin's about. That won't be all, but that'll be the starting point. And we're adopting new technology like touchscreens, self-service video and audio. And with this new space, and with our existing people, we plan to begin to do special exhibits, meeting that objection like nothing ever changes. And there are all kinds of things we can do. We can do things about the schools, about the police, about veterans, and 100 other topics. We have a lot of things in our holdings, but we haven't had a way to really share them. And we can also bring in other people with things to share into our space. So, Museum 2.0 starts with clear signage, welcoming visitors, and an understandable visitor experience. This isn't a particularly great image, but when you come in, people used to come in and say, where do I go? Do I start there or here? We're saying, you don't have a choice. Go this way. People do have a choice, but we encourage people to start the timeline. Look at the indigenous people exhibits. Look at the early items of the first European settlers, and then walk through. This screen you're seeing here displayed will soon, I hope, have a series of continuously playing images of maps of Franklin over the last 300+ years, created by Kate Hinckley in the GIS department. You can currently find it online, but we want to adapt it to be on here. So the first thing you come in is you see, oh, this is Franklin. I recognize some of those things, and this is how it's changed year by year, more houses, more whatever. And then with that orientation, you proceed onward. Take a look at our actually very fabulous collection of native indigenous people artifacts and the story of how some of them were discovered by local archaeologists. And then moving on to the timeline, which I mentioned. Some of this already existed. We're just going to build on it and enhance what we have. Keeping a lot of the familiar artifacts, the familiar photographs, all the things that you know and love about our museum, and adding some modern graphics and storytelling, like images of what Franklin looked like 250 years ago, or what was the straw hat industry all about, or how did we really have dairy farms all over Franklin? Yes, we did, and they served a huge market in Boston. And we hope to do this through adopting more technology to make our history more accessible to a wider audience. That may include things on our website, things such as a channel where all the related videos that we've had over the years created by or about the museum, and more touchscreens and things like that. I think we have a picture of that. This is the IC4K that was paid for by the Friends of the Museum. It's self-service. It includes hundreds and hundreds of images of Franklin over the years, different topics, postcards, weddings, veterans, all those sorts of things. So this is the thing you reach after you've gone through the timeline. You get here, you're hopefully curious. And I've seen people come through and actually stop and use this. In addition, we're working with the developer of this, a gentleman from Walpole, who's created Kiosk. Get the joke? A kiosk where you can ask questions. It's a touchscreen with a growing set of stories about Franklin that we're developing. You'll recognize the patron and his daughter there. And it is very friendly. Kids can use it. It's not easy to break. And adults can use it. And these aren't long stories. They're 3, 4, 5 panels. You can go back, forward, etc. But it gives you a chance to do it at your own pace and not be fully reliant on what an exhibit designer created. What else are we trying to do? This is a brief summary, but we'll dive in. We're continuing our second Sunday speakers, funded by our friends of the museum. We have local talent like Joe Landry that many of you know and love, because he has become a walking, talking expert on anything you can imagine that's happened in Franklin in the last century or so and beyond. And he's just terrific. And incidentally, he'll be here on Saturday the 15th, I think. Come on down. And we have nationally known people like Jeff Belanger, who talks about things like Spooky New England and all that sort of stuff, and author Steve Puleo, who's a bestseller, award-winning guy. He's coming with the help of the Sons and Daughters of Italy in April as a featured speaker. He's written a book about the Italians of Greater Boston, so he's a perfect fit because it's the centennial of their organization. We continue to have music programs. We're aiming for monthly, not always getting there. This is the Greenwich Bay Brass Orchestra that was here this past Sunday. One of our members, he's in the far left of the image, Randy LaRosa, is one of our commissioners. We participate in town events, Porch Fest, Strawberry Stroll, Harvest Fest, and A Wreath of Franklin. and we open up for the whole day. We have places for people to stop, use bathrooms, see feature things that we have that are related to that, buy things at the store, etc. And I should note, thanks to Scott Mason, our fellow commissioner, we now have 3 enormous dioramas that represent Franklin in approximately 1932, with the key features from almost the Norfolk line to past Union Street. And the biggest and best is going to be on display for the first time in January. We're shooting for longer hours, which is always our problem. I think we're going to be able to be open during most of school vacation for all you kids that are out of school. Wait a minute. Well, all you grown-ups too, and the kids that are out of school. It's really a fascinating thing. Nobody can resist it, because there's so many little details to look at. People stare at it for half an hour, and it's just really engaging. And it's a great way to kind of think about where Franklin's come from, where it's going to. Future dioramas. Scott is still a restless soul. I think he's behind me. He's probably telling me to shut up. He might be persuadable to do some other things, like maybe something to represent our early settlers from Europe, or the people who lived here before then, to, again, bring an additional level of engagement to what people find at the museum. We recently added, thanks in part to Carlo Ribello at the town DPW, who helped us break this free from Horace Mann. This was the abandoned Horace Mann Little Free Museum associated with the school. We brought it over, we've repurposed it, we've added a name, Little Free History Library, but any kind of book can go in and out of there. You know how these free libraries work. It's another reason for people to visit. We are in the process of getting registered, so if someone wants to know, gee, where is there a free library around me, they can look in Franklin and we'll pop up along with the other registered structures. We're also going to keep, of course, the information that it came from the Horace Mann community, because that was a really important aspect of that community and a symbol of how much they were unified around that school. Recently, or back in the spring, with the help of the DPW, we rescued and restored Franklin's first high school bell, which was living as the bell in the Old South Meeting House. And Rowan has put an amazing amount of effort into making this less awful looking. It was encrusted with all kinds of unmentionable things. It's getting there. And we are working with Tri-County to come up with a display for this. Bellingham Historical Museum has one of their historic bells inside. Taunton Historical Society has a great one. And we might let kids play with it if they're good. And we may be able to roll it out for special town events. It could potentially go up to, the town common for a Memorial Day event if we wanted. That's the goal. Make sure it's preserved and hopefully usable, and it will live in a safe place inside 99% of the time, because those of you who've been around for a while remember when one of our bells walked away after about 6 weeks outside. We're also working to develop new and evolving partners. We work closely with the Franklin Art Association. That started with their Fakes and Forgeries exhibit last spring, which lasted for about a month. We've turned that into a handshake, partnership, I think I can call it. We work with them, they work with us. They're working to schedule at least one more event in the coming year. And we're also working actively with the Live Arts String Quartet, which is sort of the descendant of the Live Arts classical music group that was up at the Unitarian Meeting House for 25 years. And the Sons and Daughters of Italy, we've been doing a film program with them, and we're going to be having an exhibit about the Italian community, Sons and Daughters of Italy, and the speaker, as I mentioned earlier, in the spring at their centennial. Last but certainly not least, we hear what everyone's saying about costs. We're probably not going to be a big generator of money. We will probably not break even, but we can do more than we have done. We certainly want to keep core things free. It's the town's museum. It belongs to the people. But there are things we can do to more strongly encourage donations at the door. We've reached out to Dean Business School to develop marketing plans and add on features like memberships. They're coming out to see us next week. I'm not quite sure where that's going to go, but they've got a lot of horsepower over there that they can help us both with ideas and with student interns to help us implement potentially, if that's the direction we decide to go to. There are other things we could do, like field trips, bus trips, special lectures that could potentially become money generators. And we need to seek and will seek grants regularly and relentlessly from whatever source we can find them. And with our new layout, we probably have a potential to turn the facility into something that could be for, you know, weddings or kinds of events like that. We need to carefully look at that, because obviously we have fragile items, but the open space in the middle is much more secure than anything we've had heretofore, and we think that's a potential area to explore, which we plan to do. And thanks to Rowan, our archivist, I can go from broad generalities, feel-good slogans, to facts. This graph represents our attendance. The lower line is yellow, that's from 2023. The green line is the current year, and blue is 2024. A better digest of this is just the numbers from the far right. In 2023, we had just over 1,000 visitors in the year. 2024, 2,000. This year, so far, 1,693. And if you look at the top numbers, we're up to 188 per month, which is almost double what it was 2 years ago. We think we can do a lot better than that. We're getting the word out. We're working to find ways to connect with new audiences and better connect with our traditional audiences. And, you know, there's no magic formula, but we're going to keep pursuing anything we can. And we're doing this and much more with the help of a great team. We have a full-time archivist who's very talented. She has found out what these things are that we don't know what they are in many cases, and traced down provenance from you know, old documents, or figured out what things are, which we didn't really have. We should have 7 commissioners. Sadly, we lost Paul Pisani, who was a wonderful man and a great, helpful commissioner over the summer. We should be back up to 7 soon, and we have lots and lots of dedicated volunteers. Where did that last slide go? All right, I don't have the last slide, but what I was going to say is, do you have any questions? I'll do my best to answer them.
Thank you, Alan. Questions from the council. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alan. That was
Absolutely.
a great presentation. Couple of suggestions,
Absolutely.
if I might. The partnership with the Franklin Art Association, fantastic. You might offer them some Saturday morning to come in and do still life painting with all of the incredible things you have. It
Yeah.
would be a unique opportunity for them to sit around in a circle with something on display.
It's a great idea, because we have the space for that kind of
They're
thing.
always looking for that kind
Yep.
of thing, and maybe even the artist could chip in a few dollars, because when I
Right.
did that in JP.
I like your
people would pay,
thinking.
Right, and that's okay, because you got to pay for the heat
Yep.
and the lights, and
Yep.
artists understand that. Second idea I had is scouting here in Franklin. Incredibly, still thriving, still some of the greatest troops around. They love to put stuff on display.
Yeah.
So if you can, especially with Randy as
Terrific.
one of your commissioners you
Right.
mentioned, you know, if everybody from all those troops and all those years brought their patch collections out, brought their
We would love
different
that.
camporee things out,
Right.
you get a lot of young people in, a lot of
Yep.
old people in, but it's fun.
Absolutely.
And we have those museums around, but having something in Franklin would be great.
Right.
And lastly, I got to attend, and this is going back a few years now, but I went to the museum when the Cultural Council gave out its awards. And then COVID happened, and I
Right.
know that stopped. But I think there's an opportunity, if you can connect with those guys again, that
Yep.
be a hub, because it was really fun to go into the museum, there was a band playing, there was an award ceremony, we got to walk around and see the displays, but it gave people that maybe would walk by and not go in an opportunity to see what the
Right.
museum was all about. And you know, nothing against our friends at Dean, but we don't have to have that ceremony at Dean. We could have that at our own
We would love
museum.
that. And we're physically located, sorry to interrupt, we're physically located in the cultural district, so we really try to emphasize that and be a partner with any part of the cultural community.
And maybe they would, you know, be able to use some of their funding to help make that event possible that would then help the museum. I think just continuing those open conversations
Absolutely.
would be fantastic.
If you know anyone that's interested, send them my way, and I'll try to track them through the people I know. Great idea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier Ledger. Councilor Frangillo.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Very good presentation. I love the work that you guys do. I frequent the museum. Always have fun events and love to hear that there's more coming. Yeah, you come in front of us and talk about, opportunities, you're going to get more of what Ted just said, which is, just ideas that we have.
Good. That's what we need.
Yeah.
The more the better.
So just some thought. One is we have digitized our news papers from over the years.
Mostly.
Including, like they're word searchable, which is super impressive.
Right.
But they're hard to find. They're inaccessible. I think that can be better highlighted both at the museum and online because it's incredible work.
Yep.
I mean, the fact that we can, you can essentially word search back to the early 1900s.
Back to when Debbie was born?
You're on thin ice, Chairman.
So Tom remembers the day she was born.
Close.
That's close.
And then the other thing is, we talk a lot about development over time. I think highlighting the story map, that's really positive. I love that you guys are going to do that because that's really cool how it shows the development patterns over time. But the other thing that I found is, man, everyone is just a sucker for here's what it used to look like and here's what it looks like now.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think that your book that you have put together does that really well. Certainly Joe Landry has done a lot of presentations that do that. And so any way that we can digitize that and maybe even swipe back and forth, and you can see how these different landscapes change over time is always something I was looking for.
Very good.
This is great. You guys are the best.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through the chair. Alan, thank you for being here, and all your commissioners who are in the room tonight. I would have Scott Mason's trains up all the time, but I just love them so much. They're wonderful. As you may know, the World Cup is coming to Gillette Stadium in June. So I'm thinking, do you have some kind of sports in Franklin? Or and then once we know, because people will be staying in our hotels, right? And then it's okay, so we don't know what the countries are yet that are going to play near us. But once we do know, then to get people to, you never know, there's these connections, right? Immigrants come, what was the role they played in Franklin, to do something like that. Might be kind of fun. You might not be able to do it, but that's just what I was thinking to help promote. And you could work with Corey Shea because she's doing all the...
And we do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great point. But I'm going to need help because I know there's a thing called the golf handicap, but I have a 100% all sports handicap. I know nothing about sports, so I need help. Send the ideas and we'll try to figure out how to do it.
I'm sure there's someone around.
There are plenty of people. Scott will help us.
If not, there's plenty of people in
Absolutely.
the town that know.
Yeah, and we have space and we have time. The facility is there 24 hours a day, but it's used maybe 2 hours a day on average. We're trying to fix that. We need more volunteers to make that happen, but we could be open every day. We could do all kinds of things, and we want that to happen. We're resource constrained, but we're going to stretch to the best of our ability.
Yeah, tourism dollars make a big dent.
Yeah, that would be good.
It's really important. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, great presentation.
Thanks.
I love the museum. It's the biggest benefit I have is living 2 blocks from it, so I can just literally walk up the street.
Come on down.
And I've volunteered many hours at the museum, and I know Debbie has over the years dedicated to that place. One of the key memories I have about the museum was the time that I was there on a Sunday afternoon. This gentleman came in, and he was standing in the middle of the museum watching a film. And he's probably stood there for about an hour and a half. Just sheer amazement. And he's like, you see that? You see that? I go, yeah. He goes, those are my dad's cows. It was the day that the cows escaped from Mr. Dacey's farm up on Lincoln Street. And Chilson had captured those moments in Franklin history. And they are on preserve over at the museum.
Yeah.
And they are literally such amazing historical history about the town of Franklin that he captured. I think that was, what, the 20s, Debbie, or 30s, somewhere around there? Just, no, I think that's the time that Chilson was doing the films. But
He did 'em right.
what an amazing archive, on top of wedding videos, on top of the history that is the town of Franklin. I was amazed to watch them. I learned so much about the town of Franklin simply by volunteering there, which, you know, it would be a benefit to anybody who's willing to learn more about the town. It's one of the ways I learned as much as I know about it is simply by volunteering at the museum. Maybe open up opportunities, outreach to the community, saying, hey, you want to learn more? You know, if you're not necessarily a Franklinite, I know I'm never going to be called a Franklinite.
Always a toonie.
Come down to the museum, volunteer some time, and learn a lot about this community.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful place to go to.
Absolutely.
And I'm glad you folks are making these efforts. I know for a fact Scott's trains are amazing. I've seen his work, and it's always amazing, and it's a great benefit to the museum. Anything to bring attractions to it, but you've got my support. 1,000%.
Great. We'll keep trying to dot our i's and cross our t's until it's closer to perfect. We have a long way to go, but we have many, many assets. You've noted the Chilson films are amazing. Few towns have that kind of record of the recent past. It's phenomenal. And Nathan Wales, the great still photographer around the turn of the last century. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor DeLorco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great job, Alan, great job. You guys do a great job up there. Everyone does. I do get some phone calls about how people can donate stuff. Like, I have a lot of football pictures from the 30s and stuff, from the semi-pro teams and stuff. I gotta bring them up. I know I just have to bring them up, but other people have called me and asked me, I said, just you gotta find out, but the hours that you are open,
They're not always convenient, but
Yeah.
Rowan's there a lot of the time, so you can make an appointment with Rowan. I believe my phone number's on the web. I have a busy but flexible schedule. Call me. I'll make the time.
okay, just so that I can,
Yep.
next time somebody calls me, I can do that.
Yep, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Disturb me, please.
Rowan Lovell, town
Yeah.
archivist. I just wanted to add on to that I am at the museum Monday through Friday, and I am happy to publicize that we can do things by appointments.
Okay.
I recognize a lot of folks are mostly available during the weeks, and we are happy to accommodate that for sure.
Okay, no, that's great.
Right.
And to kind of piggyback on, Council Hamlin, with the World Cup coming, maybe you guys, maybe we can think of a way that we can have like a fundraiser and bring those people down and see stuff. And make some money,
Sure.
It might be an idea, yeah, you know what I mean? So, but no, great job.
Thank you. And I should just, as long as the public is listening, perhaps, we want to look at every possible donation. We can't always take everything. We have to kind of say, is it really relevant to the town? Do we already have it? Because there is a limit to how much things we can hold there. But we give everything a very good hearing, and, we want to preserve and protect. So.
You all set? Councilor DeLorco?
Yeah, I'm all set, thank you.
Councilor Chandler?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, guys. Thank you for everything. Appreciate all your work. Hopefully I won't be here in 2 weeks, but the next council, hopefully they can keep your budget whole so that we can continue to do some of these things. And I guess I'll make the confession, I've never been to the museum.
I'll buy you coffee. Come on down anytime.
I'm embarrassed right now, but I have to admit it's because it'll make me go now.
Yeah.
And I know I'll enjoy it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. Councilor Pellegrini?
Thank you for your presentation. I think it was wonderful. I think it opened up the doors for people that are watching tonight to be able to be pushed a little bit, to come in and see these different things. The idea of some of the displays being changed is a good idea. Some of them we have to keep there because they're our heritage.
Absolutely.
We want them to be there. I want to give kudos to Scott Mason over here. He has done a wonderful, wonderful job with the display. And now with his new one that's coming, that's in addition to the train station and that, can't wait for it to be brought in. And do we have a date? Did you say a date?
I'm not sure the exact date, but pretty much almost all of December and January. And as I said, we're going to try to be open the school vacation week as much as we can to really open it up to a new
I
audience.
wanted to give mention to Paul Pisani, who has passed away from our commission.
Yes.
And he did quite a few things, and I'm happy to say that I worked with him with with Jimmy Johnston's room, for when you first come into the museum, to the left. I had said to a few people, you know, it's very nice we have this display here, but people don't know what it is.
Right.
And we don't want people going inside, because if anything was to break of that, it would be horrendous. So I talked with Paul, and I said, how about we get, like they do in museums, they have a computer, and it'll tell all about a specific thing. And that's just what we did. He did a fantastic job. He interviewed Jimmy Johnston, and Jimmy goes through every single thing that's in that room. And it's on the computer, so that when you come in, it's going all the time, the computer.
Right.
And he put that whole program together. He did a wonderful, wonderful job. And we're going to miss him.
Absolutely.
We're certainly going to miss him.
He was a tremendous contributor and a wonderful person.
And that ICK computer, I want to remind people that we have a display of wedding gowns that are on there. And it's not only just the gown, it's the couple, and it's just the bride with the name and when they got married and all. And we'd like to encourage people to send in their pictures. So, and Rowan, they can send it in to you. And put it on this display so that people will be able to see the change in the gowns. We have one gown from 1890 that's there. Then we have the mine, and then we have the parachute gown.
Yes.
We have so many others that are just out of this world. So people, please know there's so much for you to see up there. Come in, this committee and the Friends, and work very, very hard to keep everything going the way that it is. And Will, I bring mention to you. You're going to speak tonight too, aren't you?
Not that I know of.
Yes.
And then Jan is here. Does all kinds of things up at the
Absolutely.
too. So we all work hard.
We do.
We work together, and it's a great, great place. I love it. It's one of my favorite places in Fremont. Really is. And did I leave anybody out from the commission? No, I think that was all.
Everybody else is here.
From the commission,
Thank you, Debbie, and I just wanted to say, we sometimes disagree, but Debbie has great suggestions. She gave me a great idea about how we could change the layout slightly. I love it. We'll do it. In the interest of factual accuracy, when Paul passed, the IC4K was in a transitional state, and we now have it only showing a portion of the things that exist in its little computer. It's kind of complicated to program. Paul knew it like a whiz. Rowan and I got a quick lesson. We have to try to figure out between the two of us how to make it right. But we will have all those things back, the wedding collection and the postcard collection and what have you.
And we have the name of the individual that we bought it from, the Friends.
Yes, he actually
So
came
we
and...
can always get in touch with him. And
He came and gave us a lesson. Now we have to actually figure it out. It will happen, but it takes a little more time.
Thank you again. This was great.
Good.
People, please come and visit the museum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Pellegrini. Alan, thank you very much for the
Thank you.
presentation. It was a wonderful presentation, and I know the Historical Commission has done great work over the last number of years, for sure. And I know Joe Landry's been a big asset.
He has.
And Joe and I, our backyards abutted each other. We were classmates in school. So I've known him all our lives. But between him and his father, they had taken thousands of pictures, and to go along with the children's, with the Chilson
Yes.
pictures and
Mm.
videos is just wonderful.
Very good.
And I know you're not much of a sports guy, but you do have Scott Mason, who's
We
still
do.
trying to
He will
be-
straighten me, that's right.
Still trying to
He'll
be a
straighten me
sports
out,
guy.
yeah.
Having just won his 100th game.
know, yeah, exactly.
Congratulations, Scott.
Thank you all very much.
But I did get an opportunity to stop in and see his train station display, and
Great.
it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's magnificent. Everybody in the community should go in and see that. It's just really incredible. So, thank you, Alan.
Thank you. You guys want to sit?
Scott, please. Remember when you used to be over here?
Scott Mason, 22 Eisenhower Drive.
Didn't answer the question.
I still have PTSD. Actually, my ears were burning. I was just driving down the street, and all of a sudden, I thought someone was talking about me. Just by way of clarification, and first of all, Alan, thank you for putting that presentation together. I think that's a great indication of what our goals are moving forward, where we want the museum to be, and how we want to approach the community. The train exhibit actually opens up December 6th, which is a Saturday, 10 a.m. This year's exhibit encompasses the two previous dioramas. This year, the new diorama focuses on Hayward Mills, Franklin Mills Store, and Franklin Yarn, which is now Franklin Paint. It was a collaborative effort between myself and Sam Maxwell, who was a former Franklin resident. He was the project engineer, which meant he kept my feet on the ground. Combined, we have about 2,500 hours into this new display. So I hope everyone will take the time to come over and see it. If you haven't, Brian, been to the museum, here's your chance. So we welcome you. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for the kind words tonight. It sounds like I've got a busy slate coming up. Thanks, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, next on the agenda is Historic District Commission process.
Oh, are these mics on?
Will Lee, Historical Commission member, and Rowan Lowell, town archivist. So please, folks.
Thank you, Alan and Scott, for such lovely museum talk. We owe a lot to you guys. I don't feel like I pull my weight as much as they do, but you know, that's what you get. I'm Will Lee. I'm the secretary for the Historic Commission, among other things. I live at 18 Martin Ave.
I don't think that one's on. Rowan Lovell, town archivist. I live at the museum on West Central Street you can find me there Monday through Friday. Aside from that, I live in Attleboro.
So tonight, is this one on? No?
Yeah.
It is,
Yeah.
great, okay.
They both work.
They'll work. I hope the Zoom people didn't get their eardrums blown out by that. So tonight we're presenting on local historic districts and historic district commissions. We don't have one. So you might know that we have a historic district, a federal historic district around the town common. It's listed on the U.S. National Register of Historic Places, but neither of those designations carry any legal weight whatsoever. They are just name only.
Would just like to add, we do have a National Historic District around Dean Junior College as well.
So we have two. But a local historic district is a separate designation that is legally binding. It gives a town the ability to preserve historic buildings and set its own criteria for doing so. So these are two maps of our current National Historic District. On the left is the Dean College, Junior College Historic District, and the Franklin Common Historic District is on the right. They cover pretty much the area up School Street, up Dean Ave, and Emmons Street, and the Common is mostly Main Street around the Common.
So regarding setting up a local historic district, rather. Massachusetts General Laws 40C covers this process, and there are a couple of different elements to it, but really there is no one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to local historic districts. It really comes down to a grassroots effort in the community, usually started by a historical society or historical commission, depending on what town you're in and how historical resources are organized. And really there are three main purposes to a local historic district. I'm sure many may ask, well, we have a national historic district, why do we need a local one? And really the designation of a property in a local historic district allows the town to preserve and protect some distinctive characteristics of that town and places that are significant to the town and the town's history. I know Franklin has a very rich history, and there are many buildings throughout town that we would like to preserve the face of and preserve the history and the memory of those buildings and the importance to the town. Can also help maintain and improve the settings of those buildings, particularly as they age, and help provide some guidance on as development continues. As there will always be, development and marching forward, how can we do that in a way that helps preserve the characteristics of these buildings? And also to encourage new builds and new designs that are maybe coming into that area, to encourage them to be compatible with some of the characteristics of the buildings around them, and really show Franklin as, the small New England town that it is. The local historic district was not brought into law in Massachusetts until about 1960. When Chapter 40C was instituted in Mass General Laws. Before that, it had to be a specific act to designate an area as a historic district. The first one in Massachusetts was in 1955, the Beacon Hill area, shortly followed by Nantucket, and those had to be enacted through specific acts of legislature. The first National Historic District, or the first local historic district in the U.S., was established in 1931 in Charleston, South Carolina. So really the purpose of the Historical District Act, as Chapter 40C is called, is to help local commissions and historical societies help preserve the historic settings of their individual towns on an as-needed basis. So it allows them an avenue to, speak with their local legislation, their local council or mayor, however their town may operate, and allow them to, grow their own historic district as it befits the town.
So, who has one? This map is from 2014, so I did a little bit of digging, and I tried to find more towns around us that are currently either adopting local historic districts or they've already adopted one. Duxbury just adopted one in 2016. Malden, they had their study committee was started this February. Marion, they completed their study this year. They're working on a bylaw draft. Mendon adopted theirs in 2017. Needham is working on one, but it seems to have stalled. Northbridge adopted in 2019, Swampscott in 2015. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. For example, the entire island of Nantucket is a local historic district, every single parcel of land. If you go to Somerville, they have over 200 local historic districts that each encompass a single parcel of land. So you can set it up as large or as small as you want. The standards can vary pretty widely. So for example, I work in Hopkinton as the assistant town clerk. I see the minutes come through from their local historic districts pretty often. They have a Hopkinton historic district, which covers the Common and a few other parcels in other areas. It's mostly colonial in nature. And then they have one in Woodville. They have the Woodville Local Historic District Commission, and those standards are more set to revival architecture. They have some pillars. It looks like the antebellum South in some of these houses. So it feels a little out of place in New England, but they have different standards set for those two district committees. And they hold the construction projects to whatever their criteria are. So there's a couple steps to establishing a local historic district. The first step is to establish a local historic district study committee. And a study committee can be comprised of no less than 3 and not more than 7 members, which are appointed by the town administrator, in our case anyway. They would be appointed by somebody else in other cases. But, they can be local historical commission members, architectural historians, regular historians, landscape architects, lawyers, planning board members, and anything in between. Pretty broad swath of people with varying expertise who can bring their knowledge to the table. And then the second step, we'll come back to that later. Second step is investigating resources and committing to a public survey, figure out what historic properties might fall under a historic district, what neighborhoods might benefit from one the most, and then maybe as a starting point, you look at some of the national historic districts that you have already in town as a jumping off point. And then once an area has been identified, the study committee conducts some public outreach to assess the residents' views on that, engage public opinion.
Yep. I would like to add as well that in Franklin's case, for the investigation of historic resources, we already have a pretty good head start on that. We have a significant amount of documents pertaining to property histories. We have a large list of properties that were built before a certain date, so that we already have a very strong foundation on which we could start to strategically build and develop a local historic district. So much of the kind of first steps of the Historic District Study Committee that would begin, this investigation of what resources are available to us. They would have a very strong foundational research already. And an essential function of the Historic District Study Committee would be the preliminary study report. This is more of a formalization of the results of the study committee. So in their survey of citizens, of folks interested in the history of the town, as well as any research that they have done to just essentially justify the existence of a local historic district in the given town. So the Massachusetts Historical Commission has a list of required sections, and once a study report is completed, then it will be sent to the Massachusetts Historical Commission for review. And at any point in this process, the study committee is more than welcome to contact the Mass Historical Commission for questions, for input, for if they're struggling with any given aspect of it. The Mass Historical Commission is always there for support. So among the required elements of the study report are the methodology, how the study committee went about doing their survey and research, the significance of the buildings, what purpose they served to the town, and why they are important to keep in the quality that they are currently at, and a justification of the boundaries. So there would be a proposed map of the historical district that they would be looking to establish included, as well as a copy of the proposed ordinance or bylaw that, of course, is subject to revision during the process. And after, okay. After the preliminary study report is completed and sent to the Massachusetts Historical Commission, about 60 days after, a public hearing will take place. And really the intent of this public hearing is to open the platform to all citizens, particularly property owners in the proposed historic district, to get their opinions, hear questions, commentary, concerns that they have on establishing the local historic district and what it would mean for them, what kind of guidelines might be proposed, what if this is going to be a benefit for their property or if it's just going to be, a series of loopholes that they have to jump through. And again, these guidelines that are established by the Historic District Committee are very much dependent on the town itself. There does not have to be, you can't paint your house XYZ color, you can't have your windows like this, you can't have your roof like that. It is very much open to the study committee and therefore open to citizens of different walks of life to contribute their thoughts and to really make their voices heard as to what they would or wouldn't want in a historic district, local historic district, or if they don't want one at all. Any and all opinions are welcome at the public hearing and will influence the study committee going forward.
So then a final report's compiled from the local historic district committee, and it builds on the preliminary study and takes into account the feedback that's given during the public hearing and surveys. The Mass Historical Commission and the Planning Board brings it all together, and it's got to include a proposed district map and a copy of the proposed bylaw, which are submitted to town council for consideration prior to the final vote, and then the council would vote and require a 2/3 majority. This whole process ultimately takes anywhere from 1 to 3 years. So what we're really honing in on tonight is step one, trying to figure out the proposal to create a study committee. But I want to take a look at, yeah, we don't need to do that, that's fine. Let's take a look at some of the things that we're trying to preserve here. Franklin's got especially around the Dean College area, around the Common, there's quite the tradition for Victorian architecture, quite the emphasis on some walkable streets. We lost some of these properties over the years. Anyone who's familiar has seen, who's driven off 495 by BJ's and the Franklin, was it the Franklin Plaza, where Stop and Shop is.
Yep.
That used to be a section of town called Unionville. And it's pretty much gone, isn't it? For a strip of 140 that came through. So, what this ultimately is the state has given towns the power to dictate what the character of sections of their town are going to look like, right? In no way is this meant to stop industry or development or commerce or making the town more people-centric. It is mainly to make sure that we preserve what assets the town has. So if we want to keep looking at some of these, we got a postcard with Dean on it. Some of these old postcards are great.
Postcards are all from our postcard collection.
All from our collection, visible at the museum, for people who haven't been there especially. Well, there's the trolley that used to come uptown. There's the library.
And many of the buildings that are in some of these photographs are still, still standing in Franklin. And the Old Brick Schoolhouse, which is still standing and operating and was recently renovated. And really the aim of a local historic district is to preserve what we do have and maintain that character and help portray Franklin as, as the town that we know it to be, and to prevent the potential loss of future properties.
As it stands right now, the commission has the ability to put a 6-month, is it a year? It's a year.
It's a year.
It's not 6 months. It's 6 months in Hopkinton. It's a year. We can put a year demolition delay on a building. We currently have no legal means to altogether prevent the demolition of a building. When that year is up, there is no further recourse from the commission. So what a local historic district does, ultimately, anytime a building permit that's going to alter the exterior of a building comes to the building department, land use, it first has to be presented to the local historic district commission, who can then grant, there's 3 different types of certificates they can grant. They can grant a hardship certificate if someone is doing alterations to their house, if they're handicapped, or they need some kind of there was a horrible accident at their house, some, house is burned down, whatever, if they apply for a hardship certificate. But typically, the certificate is called the Certificate of Appropriateness. I spoke to some of the members of the Woodville Historic District in Hopkinton, and I just quizzed them, how often do you not grant a certificate of appropriateness? And in their case, they said it's so rare that it might as well be statistically insignificant. I've only seen one come through in the minutes, and it was when someone requested to demolish an entire house that's in the district. They're very generous with alterations, they're understanding for people's needs. And again, the standards can be completely different even within the same town between two historic districts. So what we're looking at tonight is the town council has an opportunity, whether they want to take that opportunity is up to them, but they have the opportunity to make a motion to establish under the provisions of Massachusetts General Law 40C, Chapter 40C, General Laws, a local historic district study committee consisting of 3 to 7 members, which shall make an investigation and report on the historic significance of the buildings, structures, features, sites, or surroundings included in such proposed local historic district or districts as the committee may recommend, and shall submit a final report with its recommendations after a public hearing, together with a map of the proposed district or districts and a draft of the proposed ordinance to the town council. And at any moment during this process, I think Needham has run into this, at any moment, this can be off-ramped. This is not a binding resolution, this is merely forming a study committee. So I would implore the town council to take the opportunity and have a discussion as to whether or not they would like to make a motion to create a study committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie, anything to add?
Other than the fact that I'm familiar with historic district commissions. When I worked in Hopkinton for a bunch of years, I'm familiar with Woodville and the downtown, and I just got to thank Rowan and Will for a completely comprehensive presentation. I know Councilor Sheridan had asked for this. I think it was in the master plan committee. I think it was one of the free goals, if you will, that maybe could get done. It takes a lot of outreach. It takes a lot of engagement. It takes a lot of educating the public. There's a lot of things that people make up about this stuff. But really amazing job by them. I'm pretty familiar with a lot of it, and that was about as comprehensive and as good of a presentation as you get. Thank you.
I just had a quick question. Does having a local historical district open up any grant opportunities?
I mean, limited. I mean, I don't want to mislead people with hope that there's like a lot of money out there, but
If there's one grant opportunity, it's a grant that we don't currently have. That's kind of my...
Not really. I don't think it's something that you could probably get some sort of money to kind of get process started, outreach, and maybe get a consultant to help you out, because it's a lot of work, it's a lot of drafting, it requires a lot of legal advice. There might be a little bit of that, but I don't think it's going to be like property improvements, building improvements, things of that sort.
Question from the council. Attorney Sorrell.
Yeah, I'm familiar as well because Medfield, which I also represent, has 3 different ones, one of which allowed the town to protect the state hospital property. But the significant point I want to make is the statute is set up for the authorities in the Historic District Commission that was alluded to, and the statutory authority is set up like a menu. So you could give them very limited authority, because you hear horror stories about historic district commissions in some communities. So you can give them very limited authority, or you can give them very expansive authority. And also, there's the ability to have a mechanism for property owners to opt in or opt out. So if it's on a voluntary basis, it's probably more potentially successful. But great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the council? Councilor Sheridan.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Frangillo.
A great presentation. Are we open to considering a motion today, or?
We don't have.
Yeah, we don't have one draft up. It would have to, it would need to be drafted. But it could certainly appoint a group to start looking at the possibility of setting one up. And I think that would be the process that we would want to follow. Do you agree, Jamie? Disagree?
But that's how do you start it? Do you have to appoint a
It
committee?
depends on the form of government, but probably
Just a
here,
committee?
given your tradition, would be Economic Development Committee to look at it and then make a recommendation.
Make a recommendation, and then we would get to step one.
Because it could have
So
impacts on
there's a
tourism or
process that we
whatever.
need to go through prior to getting to the actual motion. But that, I don't see why we don't do that.
Can I just add something through the chair? Great presentation. Coming from an old marketing background, I always remember the phrase FUD, fear, uncertainty, doubt. And you guys hear so much, there's a lot of verbiage. I think there's some fear, uncertainty, doubt, reasonably so. Will mentioned, this is the one on-ramp. There are innumerable off-ramps. You open the door, you get a study committee at any point. It can be scuppered by citizens, it can be changed. It's a long road, one entrance, but many, many exits. You can make it fit Franklin the way you want it to fit Franklin. And I do think it's a great way to address the many people, both new and long-term, who say Franklin's changed too much. This isn't an iron curtain, you're not freezing the whole town so it'll never change, but you are providing the council and the town a tool for some kind of taking care of the stuff everybody says they love. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for this presentation. When I first moved to Franklin, I lived in a house that was built in 1845. It was one of the old farmhouses up on Daniel Street. And I called the town hall to say, I need to replace my windows. Do you have any windows that I have to follow? Like, I have to put these in. And there was absolutely no regulations for any historic renovations. And to me, I felt like that was just wrong because of all the beautiful buildings in the town, right? We want them to stay beautiful. We want the outside to be the way it is. And if we really care about what the character of the town, to me, is like, this is what will save the character of the town and what we see. Also, I was on the Master Plan Committee with Councilors Frangillo and Jones. Councilor Jones and I were on the National Historic and, what was it? Natural Historical and Cultural Resource Subcommittee. Vicki Earls came and talked to us about how do we do this, because she has the lists of all the houses. And this is on the master plan. Like, to me, this is like, we have an EDC meeting next week. We have them come and and then we bring it to the full council.
Short term.
That would work for me.
Would that work for you, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
It would really work for me.
Just to at least start it at the EDC, and then.
All right, there you go. It's like, not too much to add to everything you do all day long. It's only next week, but if you guys could come back.
Well, Julie and I will take care of it.
Yeah. Or to be there for the next EDC meetings next Wednesday, and we can discuss it more in depth. Is that okay? I would love that.
Let me check my calendar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the council? Anybody out there? Quickly, Mark.
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm not familiar with, would this have any impact on valuations of the properties that would be protected, either positive or negative?
Yes.
Which?
Positive.
You have history on that?
In the short of it, yes. So towns, there's a whole, what was the report that we have from.
Well, maybe good to bring that to the EDC
Yeah,
next week,
yeah,
because
definitely
if it has a positive impact on valuations, it would have a positive financial impact for us as well.
Definitely
Yes.
something we can share. It's online, there's a link to it.
Essentially, the Massachusetts Historical Commission, in conjunction with the Secretary of State, has a long document that I've read through on the different ways that an historical district can be established based on the type of government you have, and also the different options that towns have and what purposes it serves to the citizens. So there are a lot more details in that we can absolutely comb through and report back.
But in the short of it, most towns that have or multiple local historic districts do see a booming in their property values. They see some sought after real estate. Think Concord, Sudbury. Those are probably the quintessential historic districts. And they're a lot more restrictive than, for example, the windows.
Okay.
Would be something in one of those
Okay.
towns that would be, yeah.
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you very much for the presentation. As you just heard, we'll kick it to the EDC, and then we'll go from there. But thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
Thank
all
you,
the hard
councilors.
work. Okay, next item on the agenda is Town Council, Town Administrator 24-25 Goals Update. Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope they all speak for themselves. I know there's a couple things on here. I mentioned, there's obviously a bunch of votes tonight that should finish a bunch of the goals, but I'll let you guys speak to them a little bit more, as they're also your goals. But I guess I would just thank, not to be overly emotional about it all, but we got a great staff, we got a great team, we got great volunteer boards, we got great elected officials, we got a great team of people that are getting a lot of great work done. I'm very well aware that at times some of the other issues in town kind of take over, I think, and get magnifying glass with a lot of emotion, but I hope all of you on the council are very proud of the amount of work you've been able to get done versus a couple of difficult years. Obviously, with the override votes of the last 2 years, and some of the other issues of development in town, but I'll give a little bit more during my town administrator update, but we closed on Franklin Ridge on Friday. That general contractor bid will be out within the next month, and a shovel will go in the ground. And in 18 months, if all goes right, hopefully 100% tariffs in China don't go forward. But both for you, Mr. Chairman, but also for this project. I know when I said that, I saw you, but in all seriousness, and in the next 10 days, we should be closing out on the CSX property as well. So I'll give a little bit more about that in a minute, but I hope everybody's proud of what's been done here. We've gone and done an incredible amount of work over the last couple of years, and Kane thank all of you on the council for all of these goals and getting them done, and your support for them, as well as all the volunteer boards, the staff, and the residents in town who have participated. It's an incredible amount of work, and I hope everybody's proud. So it's a bit of a primer moving forward, just to lay it out there. I know in January, when the new council gets elected, we traditionally have a session. I think this year I'm going to propose, and we don't have to do this, but it's just a thought for all of you. This year it might be more advantageous to have a third party come in. They're doing it in Rentham right now. Kind of a mid-decade, kind of where do we want to be as a community in 2030 kind of thing. We know finances are extremely, extremely difficult. Therefore,
Florida.
I know what he said. I heard him. We know where his heart is. But I think with everything that's gone on, particularly with the 2 override votes, being so close, 119, 24, 93 votes last year. The structural budget deficit is obviously going to get worse. Healthcare is going to make a major challenge. We've got a lot of outstanding projects that I think the staff and the community need guidance from the council on. Where do we want to be in a few years? And I think maybe having a third party come in and talk about that and how to referee. There's a lot of requests. I mean, there's a lot, historic district commissions. There's a lot of stuff. We have a fully done master plan, but we don't have any money to implement it. So we have a few free things, but I think the community keeps asking for more, and they keep asking for new projects, and that's wonderful. But the bandwidth among the staff has gone down, and the revenues have gone down, and I think somehow mid-decade, and I give Rentham a lot of credit for starting this process, how as a council and a school committee, how are we going to prioritize and focus in on the areas that the community wants? We've heard a lot of opinions about the police station. We know Remington Jefferson needs a project. We don't have any money to borrow, so, and we know how the votes have gone with the public, so I think we've got to have a conversation, in the next few months when the new council gets elected about how do we define the goals. There's 6 or 7 that were on here that we all acknowledge we didn't have the resources to do. And the federal cuts, or the cuts at the federal level, particularly on things like clean energy and a variety of other things, are going to just simply not work. And we can't keep thinking that somehow that's going to be different anytime in the next 3 years. So I think we need to have a reality check. I think we need to be serious about it. I think we have to manage the expectations of the community. I can tell you the staff morale, is tough right now.
It's low.
It's very low. We've had some high-profile resignations that we'll get to in Town Administrator's Report too. There's a burnout factor. There's a very deep problem with work-life balance among this organization, and I know from meeting with the superintendent in the schools earlier, that's also a very serious concern for the school department. We just can't do it all, and at some point we need a strategy from the town council and the school committee, and at some point I think maybe the 250th is a great anniversary committee for this too. We need to find out how we're going to truly unify as a community to try to have a common set of goals. So, I have a list of things that are on the burner that we've been working on, but I think we need guidance from the community on should we just park those cars, because we really need to think about what we're going to focus on. And as all of you know very well, all 9 of you, there's a lot of work that's kind of not by choice, but we just have to do. And so we can't keep adding more and more and more onto the staff, or we're going to continue to get resignations. We're going to continue to get people to move on. And I think the superintendent did an excellent job earlier this year talking about the costs of hiring, right? So when the conservation director leaves, Brika Lai Goodlander, who we'll talk about a little bit later, and I know she'll be on the meeting in a little bit to talk about Schmidt Farm and Maple Hill. That's a 3-month process to get someone on board. Then there's an institutional knowledge factor. There's a hiring cost to that. And it just slows things down. And so I just set that out there. So with these goals getting done, this is an amazing job by everybody. There's a lot of work also coming off our plates, which is good, like ARPA funds and things that have hogged up a lot of time. There are some facilities projects that have gotten done. We've gotten the cupola done. We've gotten a whole variety of other things done at the Historical Museum. The Beaver Street Interceptor project is going to be wrapping up in near-term future. So there is going to be a lot of stuff coming off our plate, but I want the folks that are running for office, but all of you also that are already here, to contemplate maybe we need to have somebody come in and help the school committee and all of you kind of focus in and prioritize on what the goals are going to be given the limited resources and the limited staffing. So with that, I hope all the councilors have comments about some of the goals, and thank you to all of you for an incredible 2 years. We've gotten a lot done, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Again, and I think I'll just make the first statement. I think it's really important for the residents of the community to go onto the website and look at the goals that have been accomplished in the last 2 years. Because I know when I look at them, I say, wow, we've gotten an awful lot done. A lot of good things done over the last couple of years. Not the least of the ones Jamie mentioned with the SNET Trail and CSX and all of those different things. But the list of goals that we set 2 years ago is on the website, and the status of each one of those goals is on the website as well, and gives you an opportunity to see what our administrative teams have done over the last 2 years to accomplish the goals that this sitting council put forth 2 years ago. So I'm going to open it up now for Councilor Sheridan.
I was very excited about the rail trail, because I remember, when we first moved here, I told my son, there's gonna be a rail trail near our house someday. And now he's in college, but at least it's finally happening, so it's
Yeah.
very exciting.
I got better even news in a little bit
Yeah.
for you, too.
Councilor Frondillo, I'm going to go right down the line.
Cool, yeah. I mean, a lot to be proud of, a lot that we got done, and then a lot of places where we're limited by, minimal staffing and funding. And I think that, on the whole, the largest area still continues to be our land use and development practices. 40R was not advanced at all. We're saying complete for Franklin for All and master plan, but certainly many of those have not been advanced around parking, dimensional requirements, design standards, shared use parking, vacancy registry, business improvement district, and a whole bunch more. We are rezoning the crossing today, which is great, but it's a first step, but it's mostly an in-name only rezoning. It's doing very little to actually change what type of development is legalized underneath. So, across all of those, we still have a lot more to do. Now, I recognize that we were, hampered and then short a planning director throughout all of that. So I'm really excited about having a new planning director on and really being able to tackle these full on. But I just want to make sure that doesn't get lost in what looks like a lot of completions and check marks. The rezoning of Forge Park as well. Complete Streets is the one that continues to confuse me. Maybe I just haven't got the latest, but it seems like we've been slow on getting and implementing our Complete Streets grants after we did so much work to identify those priorities. I don't even think we've completed our first Complete Streets project. So yeah, hoping to get that going. I know that there was some slowdown at one point. I don't know if there's a clear answer of like, oh yeah, this is happening. I would love that now, but otherwise I'll just kind of flag it.
You want Mike to give an update?
Yeah, if there's a quick update, that'd be great.
Just identify yourself,
Sure.
Mike.
Mike Maglio, town engineer. So when we did the Complete Streets, we did get an initial grant through them. It was probably about 80, 90,000
Yeah.
for a bunch of bike racks and some other miscellaneous work throughout town. There's a limited amount of Complete Streets funding you can do through a single term. I guess it was about 400,000 or so.
Yeah.
We were earmarking the rest of that for the Washington Street sidewalk. That's
Yeah.
currently under design. We have a grant for the design of that.
Yeah.
We expect that to be designed and permitted by the end of next year.
Okay.
And then apply for the remaining Complete Street funds to be appropriated towards that. Do a big part of that. It'll probably cost a lot more than just that, but that's what the idea was for the remaining funds that were available for that, to put it towards the Washington Street sidewalk.
Okay. Yeah, that's a helpful update. Yeah, I'd love to see us continue to be more aggressive in getting our 400,000 per term, but that's great. And then on the climate front, I think that I agree that it all starts with hiring a dedicated staffer, and there are grants available, more grants available than ever to help us hire that dedicated staffer, and then we can really start to accomplish some of those. So I appreciate that, but also a lot of them are low effort steps, and something like 30 communities have already become a climate leader community. So I don't think it's terribly out of reach, but I agree that it starts with hiring a dedicated staffer on that. Anyway, continue to be proud and continue to have higher aspirations of what we can get done.
Thank you, Councilor Frangillo. Councilor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through the chair. I think I say this every time we go through a list of goals. This is kind of like my favorite time of year because you get to remember all the things that we've done. It goes by really super fast. There's a couple of favorites of mine in here. Maple Hill Schmitz Farm plans that will be hopefully finalized tonight. The HERO Act, which wasn't even on our goal list, which became part of the things that we did. Commercial 2, the sign update to allow for more modern signs in that area. And I'm very excited about finally getting a chance to look at a public art display policy and donation policy that we've worked on we've thought about for about 4 or 5 years now. And, you know, these things, they take a lot of time. Like, we don't know when we started doing these things, but they take a lot of time. They take a lot of staff, but staff time as well. But it is really fulfilling when you get to look at the list at the end of the term and see all the stuff that we've done. So, so we have one more meeting to go, which will be full of things, I'm sure. So, but thank you. Thank you, everybody who's worked on these, this town staff. Amazing, you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mel stole the Maple Hill and Schmitz Farm one I was going to mention, but mainly in regards to those two parcels. In regards to those two parcels, I think I'd just like to expand upon the fact that the town of Franklin has and will continue to have a vested interest in preserving as much open space as we can. I think Alan can agree. Back when I was on the committee with Alan back in the 2006 area, we were always concerned about earmarking parts of the town in order to be preserved for that purpose. And we've been fortunate to have two of the largest swaths of land left in the town, Schmitz Farm and Maple Hill, that are now in the town's reserves. This was our attempt as a council and a town to prevent overdevelopment of the community, specifically in more rural areas of the town. And we've been successful with that. What's nice about that is Schmitz Farm in particular, which I'm fond about, and I know Mr. Chairman's fond about it because it's right across the street from his house, is going to be a very keen community place. You know, I actually, did the farm get taken down? Yeah. It did. Wow. I have to go down and check it out. But, you know, this preservation does two things. One, it helped mitigate any future extra building that we didn't really need, and it also allowed us to have a space to adapt for more recreational purposes, and I can't wait to see what those results are in the future. Also, one of my favorite things that I think Jamie can agree with me, and as well as Mel and Kobe, was the completion of the master plan, was being able to get the master plan done. It's in place. Hopefully the future council will be able to pick that up and carry that, get some goals from it and what we can work on tonight. I think the local historic district study is a great way to start, something easy that we can tackle on the next council if I'm fortunate enough to get reelected. That sounds like a really good goal to set. There are just so many goals that have been accomplished in the past couple of years, more than I care to mention and get into in lieu of time. I don't want to hold anything up any longer than I need to, but I just wanted to thank my fellow councilors for all the hard work they put into making the last 2 years a big success.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor DeLorco.
Thank you. I got nothing. No, it is. I agree with Mel that there's, you forget the stuff that you do until you read it all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And of course, Maple Hill and Smith was awesome. But hopefully we can, it's going to be so hard, and everybody here knows it's going to be so hard to keep doing the stuff that we're doing. Everything we do, I wouldn't say I'm fortunate, but I kind of know what Jamie and the rest of the towns are going through to try to find employees to go to come to work, and it's really, really hard to get people. I've had a mechanic's job out there that I pay my mechanics probably better than the supervisors get paid here, and I still can't find anybody. And it's just incredible. I mean, we used to have 300 applicants. I get 3 now. You know, people just don't wanna, I don't know, with the working from home and everybody and everything now, it's, you know, I talked to my son, he said, I worked all day today, I went to the gym, had breakfast, yeah, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's great.
Where does he work?
Yeah, you know what I mean? And, so they kinda like that now, you know what I mean? They don't wanna have to go to work, so I feel for you, Jamie, I feel for you. And, that's gonna be a very big hurdle in the next couple of years to make sure we get good hires. I think that's gonna be a huge problem in the next 2 years. That's it.
Okay, Councilor DeLarco. Councilor Pellegrini.
It's been a long night.
Yeah, it has been. It's not over yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reading through these, I'm very pleased to see all that has been accomplished and completed. And with things as bad as they are, money-wise, I think we did pretty well. I really do. I'm looking here at the Public Works, which is a very expensive department, and that's why we see so many things that are completed. I mean, it's impossible with the funds that we have. We have to do what we can do, complete what we can complete. Same with facilities. You know, there's some ongoing things that are happening there, but again, without money, we're not going to be able to do some of these, and that's when, Jamie, you're the one that's going to have to really decide the ones that take priority.
You guys got to decide that.
Well, no, you're the one
Not
that's
me.
looking into, to decide, yes,
Nope.
but you're going to look into things to see what has priority as far as getting things done. And I like the idea of other accomplishments that weren't even in the goals, you know, to see many of these things that were done. I think we're in pretty good shape. I really do. I'm not going to be a pessimist. I'm going to be an optimist. And we're going to see some good things happen, some more things completed, and we've got to get out there and get some more grants if they are available. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Pellegrini. Councilor Chandler.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I'll just reiterate what a lot of people have said. We have done a lot. Thank you, Councilor Pellegrini, for saying that. And again, we can't go wrong with all the open space. We're really happy about that. Again, since I'm not going to have a voice pretty soon, I think the goals, I think we went a little overboard on, we need to slow down on the zoning changes, I think. That's what I feel. You know, I mean, we've done so much of that, and I think that even tonight, we still maybe need to talk about that, about Union Street, whether, are we opening that up for more apartments, even though it's a three-story limit, but that's for another, that's not about this right now, that's for later on. So I would just hope people think twice about that a little bit as they get on the council, stay on the council. And obviously, fix up any of the 40B language stuff that we could ever do. I would like to do that, but, all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Chandler. Councilor Cormier Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's certainly a lot to be proud of, and there's certainly a lot of work to do. And I think if we look at this list, I hope that people will take the time and say, you know what, there's accomplishments throughout multiple departments. It's not like we focused on one thing. We've tried to spread the love, and there's a lot, thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of staff and volunteer time that go into making this stuff happen. But some notables, significant improvements at the senior center, Our fire department, we're giving them the resources that they needed to be able to get their incredible ISO rating, right? We heard from the chief tonight, that doesn't just happen. That takes us working with the town, giving them the money that they need in their training and in their equipment and in hiring the right staff. Our police department has done a fantastic job of increasing their training and getting the right people onboarded. We worked with the school department to redistrict schools at a $3 million cost savings. That doesn't just happen, right? That's a lot of work. And yes, the school committee and the school department did the bulk of it, but it's something we can all be proud of. There's infrastructure projects on here like Beaver Street and others. Like when people look out their window, they want to see the road they're driving on has been maintained. They want to see the sidewalk they're walking their kids on has been maintained. They want clean water. These are basics. We are chipping away at that stuff, and it's notable here. And also, you know, to all my sports parents out there, if you're still listening or if you're going to watch the tape later on, you know, going over to the high school, that bleacher sound system project and the improvements over there that we all benefit from, that takes money. And that takes people being willing to say, yeah, you know what, we can make that happen despite some pretty difficult financial times. So I'm proud of everything on here. Like I said, there's definitely more work to do. And I hope that the community can look at this list and be proud of what's been accomplished and hopefully give us some suggestions going forward for some things that they'd like to see. But thank you to all the staff. Thank you to all of the volunteer committees. Thank you to every single person sitting up here that gives just an enormous amount of their time. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. Max, did you want to?
I did, yes.
Please. Name and address.
Max Marangello, 127 Central Park Terrace. I just want to comment on the town administrator's comments about moving away from a collection of goals to more of a strategic plan-like thing. And I just want to sort of inquire, you know, if someone is a policymaker, it's a lot harder to make a decision if you don't know what your strengths and weaknesses are, the opportunities and your threats are. And I just wanted to get a sense from the town administrator, how far towards a strategic plan are we going to go? And we're looking at a mission statement, or we're looking at, you know, values, vision. I mean, we do have some of that from the master plan, but it doesn't talk about things like morale. The master plan doesn't talk about staff morale, which I think is important for the council to address. So I just wanted to, through the chair.
Sure. So through you, Mr. Chairman. So it's an idea that's been out there. It's not like Rentham's the first to ever do this. It's just that, you know, I'm on the MEC board for the regional dispatch, and a few of us had conversations about this with a lot of leadership transitions in the area. And I think it's like mid-decade after the presidential election and seeing what DOJ did down in DC and the continual, and I don't think I'm overstating, it's the continual evisceration of the federal government, things like FEMA, right? Yeah. So the state of Massachusetts probably in another year or so is going to be on the hook for disaster assistance. I don't know where they're going to get that money if there's a hurricane or a tornado, but it's going to be there. And I think mid-decade, you're kind of saying, okay, 2030's not far away. It's only 4 years away, really. And so I went to the superintendent and said, you know, this is what a lot of our colleagues are doing. I think kind of mid-decade check-in. I think the drying up of ARPA money, ESSER money, and a variety of other factors come into this. And so we are meeting with a couple of consultants to get an idea of what this looks like. And I think, just to give you an idea, it's not really anything nearly as deep as a master plan, but it's really like a very high-level overview of, you know, with the resources you have, with the staff you have, you can't take on 70 priorities. We have to focus on 10. And as all of you know, all these projects on here too, like the Senior Center Pavilion, and I'm glad that Ted mentioned the bleachers. I mean, these things have taken years in the pipeline, and it just feels like at times it gets overlooked. I know the constituents that go to the football games and the seniors love it. You know, I know there's a lot of joy, and I think Councilor Cormier-Ledger's spot on. I think if you look at this list, we've kind of touched the entire community, all sorts of stakeholder groups. But the ambitiousness and the amount that people still want is just unachievable. And so we've had a lot of division. It's okay. It's okay to admit it. But we're going to have a new school committee come in. We're going to have a new crop of counselors come in. They're going to bring new viewpoints in, thank goodness, right? We need that. That's healthy. And ultimately, those are the two committees in this community that really drive most of the spending and where you're going. The master plan doesn't also really address schools. I mean, that's 72% of your budget is public education. We hear about foreign language. I mean, we all know what people want, but I think at some point, the taxpayers also have a limit too. It's a tough economy, and it's not going to get easier and better. So I think to Max's question, I think what this looks like is, what are the principals, department heads, and staff needs? What are the public's restrictions and needs? And what are the council and the elected boards, the elected representatives, what are their goals? You put it all together and say, well, that's a $350 million budget. Right? Can't do it. We're 0 for 2 on overrides. Okay. So that's probably not a choice that's going to be popular. We need a debt exclusion for Remington Jefferson and our school buildings and our station. Well, that's going to be tough. And you just start adding it up. Clean energy, right? A whole variety of topics. I think at some point, hopefully after the election, it comes away from, this is a bummer of a conversation, to how do we start to rebuild and try to build that confidence and trust and narrative with the community to get a broader consensus on what the four corners of the puzzle are, so Julie and I and Mark and Mike and Kate and the staff aren't running in 24 different directions all the time. I think development, as somebody mentioned, is also an issue with zoning and those types of things. So I think it's a very high level list. I think the goal is to try to get people to come more to the middle, to try to have more consensus on the stuff that we can maybe afford and what we can do. And I don't think it's anywhere close to as deep as a master plan. And it's really probably, a 90-day kind of window, 90 to 100-day, time frame. And it's fairly inexpensive. You're talking about a third party, maybe at about $10,000 or $15,000 roughly to do a public outreach process. And I can tell you, and I feel bad, I don't mean to do this, but the superintendent's fully on board with this concept, because I think the superintendent also is in the same situation, right? He hears about, $250 million worth of wants, cut the fees, right? It's just not going to happen. And I think we have to stop kidding ourselves that it is. And this is a really, really good point, I think, from his perspective and mine, and I feel bad kind of saying this without him here, but I think we're meeting with a couple of consulting groups to kind of get some ideas going over the next few weeks, and I think in mid-November and when the new council and school committee come in, we're going to try to come back to y'all and see if that's something that you want to do. Because I also think, the last thing I'll say, Mr. Chairman, is, at least from my standpoint, and I don't want to speak fully for Lucas, but we work very, very closely and very, very well together. I feel like I can say this. I think we always seem to be the focus. And I think the focus has to turn away from me and away from him. And I've said it many times, has to turn out there. I've sat in this room countless times. Sorry, Mark. You got to get out there. This is not where it's all going to happen. It's out there. And all of you are going through an election. And yeah, the final decisions are going to be in here. But it can't be the council over there, school committee over there. It's got to be everybody in the room kind of whittling down the priorities. And some people are just going to have to say, we can't do that. But I think we have to work towards what the broader consensus is. And I think, I think that's the right, strategy. I think he does as well. And we'll see what folks think, in a couple months. So I hope that kind of answers your question at a good level. No, I guess not. But it's okay.
Okay, any other questions?
I never hit the bullseye.
Or comments? Okay, I'm not going to reiterate what everybody has already said, because we're all, to a degree, saying a lot of the same things. We've been here for 2 years. We've worked very hard on a lot of these goals. The only thing I will add, though, is we not only had Maple Hill and Schmidt's Farm, but then we had that nice family that donated,
Bald Hill, right?
Dalzell.
Dalzell's, that donated additional land to that Schmidt's Farm, what was it, 11 acres?
15.
15 acres that they donated in addition to the Schmidt's farmland that just made that even better. And they should be recognized and thanked again
Absolutely.
as well.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda is legislation for action, and we do have a bunch. So Resolution 25-64, authorizing the borrowing of money to pay costs associated with the Franklin Stormwater Asset Management Plan. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 25-64, authorizing the borrowing of money to pay costs associated with the Franklin Stormwater Asset Management Plan, CWSRF 19052, whereas the Town Council has been advised of a need to create Franklin Stormwater Asset Management Plan. Now therefore be it ordered.
Motion is second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move resolution 25-64.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, our illustrious DPW Stormwater team is back here. Thank you, Kate and Derek, for hanging out, and Mike. But the next two votes are a grant, and because it goes through the state revolving fund, you have to legally borrow the money onto the books before you come back to it. So both B and C are really the same issue, and it's for our stormwater mandates.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Yeah? Yeah?
The stormwater, there are some communities that aren't doing anything with stormwater.
Right, because they don't have a permit because they're not in the Charles River Basin. The Charles River Basin, this is unique to certain river watersheds in Massachusetts. It's not every single community. So if you look nationwide, there are a lot of communities throughout all 50 states, but it is not every city and town across the state or across the country. It's because we're predominantly in the Charles River watershed basin.
So it's not like Norfolk County. All of Norfolk County is not.
I don't know exactly the towns. It's not by county. It's by it's anybody that's within the Charles River watershed.
This is the MS4.
Neponset may be in that too. Probably the Ipswich. There's probably a few, but it's not every single city or town. You're correct.
Okay. It's just that it's talking with people from out of town. They're saying, why are you paying so much money for this? And I really didn't have a good answer for them.
The other thing is that you guys are way ahead of most other towns. Like Quincy got fined $100 million because they didn't want to do it. So the
Quincy
EPA.
did?
Yeah, Quincy. So, you could wait, do nothing, and get whacked with a huge fine, although I say this snarkily, it's probably not going to be the EPA soon, so, and I'm kind of serious, like, at some point,
But the EP's gonna step into the game.
we don't know what the future is if there's no EPA, but there's still a permit on the books, and for those that think the president's going to get rid of stormwater, he didn't get rid of it in 2016 to 2020, he hasn't gotten rid of it yet. So I don't know where this is going to end up, but for right now, we're just complying with what we have to comply with. And this is a reasonable amount of money from the state that we're getting to do some of the planning work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 25-64, a two-thirds majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Resolution 25-65, authorizing the town administrator to file Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan application. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to waive the reading?
Second.
Motion is second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move resolution 25-65.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. I think we just did. Is there any questions on this? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 25-65. A majority vote's required here. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution 25-66, adoption of the Schmitz Farm and Maple Hill master plans. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Resolution 25-66, adoption of the Schmidt Farm and Maple Hill Master Plans, whereas the Town Council of the Town of Franklin approved and commissioned the preparation of a master plan for properties on Schmidt Farm and Maple Hill, and whereas the final document containing the two master plans entitled Schmidt Farm and Maple Hill Master Plans, Franklin, Mass. dated May 2025, has been prepared and submitted by Beta Group Incorporated under the guidance of the Franklin Town Administrator, Conservation Director, and the Director of Planning and Community Development. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Franklin Town Council hereby adopts the master plans for properties Schmidt Farm and Maple Hill respectively as set out in Schmidt Farm and Maple Hill Master Plans, Franklin, Mass. dated May 2025, prepared and submitted by Beta Group Incorporated. This resolution has become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
Move resolution 25-66.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Jamie?
Yeah, this is approval. Brika Lai is somewhere. I think we're trying to unmute her. She's
Hi.
on Zip. Whoa, hey, Brika.
Hey, Brika.
I was
Hey,
just
Mama.
staying muted in case, I don't know,
Yeah.
Maple or something.
Yeah.
Hi.
Now we know why you named your baby.
Yes.
But,
yes, Maple.
but,
That is her name.
Super quickly, because I know it's late, Brika's on in case anybody has any questions. We finalized the master plans through Beta while Brika was on maternity leave. As you can see up here on the map, there's some trail networks, there's an ADA accessible loop, there'll be some parking. We've put out some phases in terms of spending. I don't want people to believe that this, by the way, has no applicability to the operating budget. The funds for any of this work to grade out the parking areas and do some of the work on both parcels. Obviously, we come from Community Preservation Act funds. But we went through an extensive public input process. We had community forums. Schmidt Farm is obviously going to cost, in the long run, a little bit more money. The projects at Maple Hill are pretty basic, but all the materials were in the packet, all the estimates were in the packet, all of the plans were in the packet, and Brika's here to do any outline or if anybody has any questions, whatever you want to do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jamie. Questions or comments from the council? Councilor Cormier-Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just for the matter of public record because I have heard people on the campaign trail saying all of the changes that they're going to bring to the Schmitz Farm parcel, and I have tried my hardest to bite my tongue, but there is no housing option for these parcels because that's why we purchased them. We purchased them so that they could remain conservation land and open space and recreation. So for those that are stouting that and telling the public that something else is going to happen with these parcels, I wish they would stop. I wish they would educate themselves. But for the purposes of public record, Jamie, could you just confirm that for everybody?
There is a less than 0% chance nobody could ever possibly build a single thing of a house or a retail store or commercial development. It is illegal to do that, you guys, which is law with community preservation money. It is all under a conservation restriction. And if anybody goes and was up there, there is no hope of building anything there. It's a wet site, right? There's a river through the middle. But to Councilor Jones's point earlier, at one point there was proposed 180 homes up there. So all of you went through and we bought the parcel for $3.5 million, which was super cheap for that parcel. There can never be housing built there. There can never be commercial development, and there can never be any other development. The only development that'll be there is essentially the trail network you see here, the little kiosk that will be around the ADA loop, right, for those with disabilities that can go up there and enjoy it. And obviously, the biggest decision eventually will be one of the western parcels about whether to maintain it as agriculture, but that's way down the line. So you are correct. I've heard that rumor too, and I wasn't sure if that rumor was true, so I'm glad you brought it up. Anybody that's
I got a million
promoting,
of them, but
anybody
we're not
that's
gonna give
promoting
away
that
from
as an
that.
idea is not educated on this, and they are making that up.
Thanks, Jamie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier. Attorney Sorrell.
And right from the get-go, the language in the deeds has made it into Article 97 under the state constitution. It's already protected as open space and conservation land under the state constitution, Article 97.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve Resolution 25-66. A majority votes required. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Yay!
That's good news.
Yep.
Like good news.
Okay, bylaw amendment 25-943, a bylaw to amend the code of the town of Franklin at chapter 139, section 139-14, sewer system map, Symphony Drive. This is the second reading. Clerk will read the bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move bylaw amendment 25-943.
Second?
Motion is second. Discussion. Jamie?
Second reading,
Yeah.
water, you guys know the water sewer extension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councilors? Any councilors? Seeing no further discussion, the vote will come on the motion to approve bylaw amendment 25-943. A majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Frangillo.
Yes.
Pellegri.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
9-0, sir.
Motion carries. Bylaw amendment 25-944, a bylaw to amend the code of the town of Franklin at chapter 179, section 179-9.1, water system map, Symphony Drive, second reading. Clerk will read the bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion is second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move bylaw amendment 25-944.
Second?
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie,
Thing.
Second reading.
questions from any councilors?
No, second reading.
Again, it's a second reading. So the vote will come on the motion to approve bylaw amendment 25-944. A majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Frangillo.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Pellegri.
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
9-0, sir.
Motion carries. Bylaw amendment 25-945, a bylaw to amend the code of the town of Franklin at chapter 65, collection containers. This is the second reading. Clerk will read the bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move bylaw amendment 25-945.
Second?
Motion and second. Discussion. Jamie?
This is the second reading of the language that will allow the VFW to have that one collection container down at the VFW. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Any further discussions from the council?
No.
Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve bylaw amendment 25-945. Again, a majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Frangillo.
Yes.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Pellegri.
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
9-0.
Motion carries. Zoning bylaw amendment 25-938, residential commercial kitchens. A zoning bylaw to amend chapter 185, section 3, of the Code of Town of Franklin. This again is the second reading. Clerk will read the zoning bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading?
Second.
Motion second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move zoning bylaw amendment 25-938.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Jamie?
Mel?
Wait for Mel.
Mel?
Commercial kitchens.
I know what it is.
I know, but it's one of your last meetings. I mean, addition the rock.
This will allow people, if they're on a septic, to have a commercial kitchen in their home. If they, and so it helps the cottage food industry. It helps Debbie's friends who bake cakes in their house that want to sell them, so they can sell them legally. It's just part of the economic development ladder that happens. So, is that okay?
Yep. Thank you,
Good job,
Council.
Mel.
Thank you,
Good job.
Councilor Hamblin. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve zoning bylaw amendment 25-938. A 2/3 majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Frangillo.
Yes.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Pellegrini.
Yes.
Jones, yes.
Yes.
Vice Chair, Chair.
Yes.
9-0.
Motion carries. Zoning bylaw amendment 25-939, residential commercial kitchens, a zoning bylaw to amend the Franklin Town Code at Chapter 185, Attachment 8, Use Regulations, Schedule Part 7, Accessory Uses. Again, this is a second reading. Clerk will read the zoning bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading?
Motion is second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move zoning bylaw amendment 25-939.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion?
Same.
Same thing.
Same thing. This
Same
adds
thing.
the commercial kitchen to the use schedule and the
Thank you.
zoning.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve zoning bylaw amendment 25-939. A 2/3 majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Frangillo.
Yes.
Pellegrini.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
9-0.
Motion carries. Bylaw amendment 25-940, a bylaw to amend the code of the town of Franklin at Chapter 82, fees municipal service, by adding a new service fee, residential commercial kitchen. Clerk will read the bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is bylaw amendment 25-940, amendment to municipal service fees, residential commercial kitchen, a bylaw to amend the code of town of Franklin at chapter 82.
Motion to waive the reading.
Second.
Motion second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move bylaw amendment 25-939.
Is it 940?
940.
940.
I'm sorry.
940.
I will second 940.
940, I'm sorry.
So we have a motion and a second discussion. Jamie?
This is just codifying the fee.
Yeah.
This allows
Yeah.
the health inspector to
Right.
charge a fee to inspect the house, the kitchen.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve bylaw amendment 25-940. A majority roll call votes required. Although, clerk will call the roll.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Frangillo.
Yes.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Pellegrini.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
9-0.
Motion carries. Zoning bylaw amendment 25-929. Councilor Frangillo will be excusing himself for the next few. So zoning bylaw amendment 25-929, creation of the Crossing Neighborhood Zoning District, a zoning bylaw amendment to the Code of the Town of Franklin at Chapter 185, Section 4, districts enumerated. This is the second reading. Clerk will read the bylaw amendment.
Motion
zoning
to waive
bylaw.
the reading.
Second.
Motion and second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move zoning bylaw amendment 25-929.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie?
So the next 6 bylaws, the rest of the agenda all relates to the Franklin Crossing rezoning. Kudos to staff. We miss you, Brian. We love you. We hope you're doing well. Amy, everybody, the council, the EDC, the folks in the Crossing neighborhood. It's been 4 years of work to get here. For those out there that think we overdeveloped, just so we note this is a new definition to give that neighborhood a feel. Kobe, Mel, Ted, you were there the other day about how important this is to a lot of folks that are investing in that area. You're also taking away the ability for a special permit for a 4th floor. I don't think a lot of people know that, okay? Right now, you can get a 4-story in that neighborhood. With this vote tonight, the max height is 3 stories. So people that are angry about development and angry about large-scale development, well, here's a vote tonight where you're scaling back the ability to hit a 4-story. That's pretty good stuff. I mean, you won't even have the ability with a special permit. And I think Councilor Hamlin and others will probably speak to a lot of the other benefits, and I'll get to it during Town Administrator's report. But the first vote is the definition, and then I know the Planning Board, I know Councilor Hamlin's gonna have some comments about the Planning Board piece. I'll spare that for her. But I think this is a really, really important thing and really gonna solidify a really great neighborhood vibe over there with all the other things that are going on. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jamie. Councilor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did go to the planning board meeting when they spoke about this. I talked with them during the meeting and after the meeting. They had some really good recommendations that are in the packet to amend what we had already written. And I like their recommendations a lot. There's one specifically for 929 that we're on right now that I would actually like to adopt it, but to change it just a little bit. So they have, first floor of any building shall designate 85% of linear frontage to the commercial use to make sure that when we have a commercial building, we have, like, you can see it, there's big windows, it's on the street, you can walk by it. That's what we want to build there, a walkable community. And they also say that there must be at least 750 square feet or 20% of the linear frontage, the commercial use, whichever one is greater. And that was, they discussed that because there's sometimes people will put the commercial stuff in the back, that's not what we want it in the front. And we want it a mixed use to actually say, we want it to be a mixed use. We want to have stores and we want to have retail in the front at the road instead of an office or something like that. So this helps kind of define what we're looking for. I spoke to the Director of Planning and Community Development and the town planner about this, about making it a little different. So I want to add a couple of words, and I'm going to read you what I would like it to be.
Amendment?
It's amendment.
It would be an amendment?
Offering.
No.
Can I just read it first?
Before you get into the details?
Yeah.
As you may recall, the planning board had not concluded their public hearing at the time you had the first reading of this, as they normally would have. So it was deferred. So for the record, you should, although it's in the package, you should note in the record
the changes.
The report from the planning board, and then go from there as to the specifics.
Okay, well, right, I mean, I said there was a letter of recommendations, right?
Do they have a date on it?
It's from their September 22nd meeting.
September 25th is the date.
September 25th is the date of the letter.
Right.
Is that good?
And it's
Yes.
in the pack.
It's in the
It's in the
packet.
packet. So
Okay,
the
So-
amendment would be the inclusion of the planning board's recommendations and then whatever else you're looking to.
right. So we would amend the,
No,
Yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
this is a motion to amend
Yes.
zoning bylaw 25-929 with the additional wording. The first floor at street level of any mixed use or commercial building shall designate
Yep.
85% of linear frontage to commercial use. The commercial use will be a minimum of 750 square feet or 20% of the linear frontage, whichever one is greater.
That's exactly it.
Okay, the only thing, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark. The planning board's recommendation are not in our
bylaws.
our motion.
That's
No,
correct.
they're not
So
in
we
the-
have to add
Right.
their recommendations.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Wait,
Along with yours.
Okay, but that is
That-
their
That
recommendation.
encompasses theirs and
You
yours.
Yes.
don't, you only
Okay.
have, this is only advisory from the planning board.
Right, I
So
get that.
you simply have to,
Make
if
a
they've
motion.
made recommendations, again, by referencing the report, you can note them, but you're free to accept them or not
Right.
as you see fit.
Okay, you did it right.
I did it right. I did it
Yes, you
right.
did.
All right, well,
Second.
So we have a amendment and we have a second. Now we have discussion on the amendment. So is there any discussion on the amendment?
I have something.
Brian?
So just so I can picture what people at home can picture this. So it would be like the building downtown where Birchwood is. It would have all, underneath, all retail and then 2 stories of apartments.
right,
Because it can only be the 3, so it'd be 2 stories of apartments.
Yep.
And then all that retail in the bottom.
if it's a mixed-use building.
That's correct.
So if it's not a mixed use, there would be 3 floors of apartments.
Three, it could be, or a commercial
any.
building would be, could have one floor of open windows, and then there could be offices above.
Okay. All right, I was just trying to get a picture of what you, when you were
Yeah.
talking about
Yeah.
80% at the street level.
Right, right. So you'd have these big windows, right, so you could see, so you could look in.
And easy to break into.
No, who's gonna do
All
that?
right, so that's an example of what it will be.
Yeah,
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Councilor Chen?
well, that's what we want to make sure it looks like.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the amendment of 25-929 as stated by Councilor Hamblin. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now,
We move bylaw amendment 25-929, right?
as amended.
As amended.
Amended.
So, I have to ask for clarification.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second,
We have a motion and a second. What's your question?
Point of clarification. As far as the original zoning bylaw amendment 25-929, to include the amendments as part of documentation, from a clerical perspective, what am I writing into the original?
Attach
Am I
that.
going to attach this or note as amended, see attachment?
However is the clearest way to do it.
I would
You could
circle
cut it
that
out and tape it
circle
on.
that paragraph
I would just-
and
yeah.
attach it.
Yep.
Just circle that paragraph and attach
Okay.
it.
Okay.
I wrote it down.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the bylaw amendment? On the bylaw itself, as amended? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve zoning bylaw amendment 25-929 as amended. A 2/3 majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Frangillo.
He's
Oh, he's right,
recused.
that's right, sorry, he's recused. Chandler.
Recuse
Yes.
Pellegri.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
8, 1 recused. sir.
Motion carries. Zoning bylaw amendment 25-930. Zoning map changes, crossing neighborhood zoning district, a zoning bylaw amendment to the code of the town of Franklin at chapter 185, section 5, zoning map. This again is the second reading. Clerk will read the zoning bylaw.
Motion to waive the reading?
Second.
Motion is second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move zoning bylaw amendment 25-30.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chairman, the map's right up there.
Yep.
As we've spoken of many times, very quickly, it's the same district as Commercial 1, with the exception of a few parcels that were determined by the building commissioner to already be commercial spots that are up around Darling Court, couple parcels on East Street, and then more applicably down near Arlington, the corner of the five corners there between Washington and Arlington and Union. There's a few parcels that were added. Those were the only parcel additions. We did not receive any other comments on the abutter notifications throughout this whole process. So,
Unusual.
and the planning board didn't have any recommendations to the map.
Right.
Great. Okay, any questions or comments from the council? Councilor DeLorco.
I just want to just read, what we're doing here right now is changing from 4 levels to 3 levels, basically.
In the entirety of the 6 votes tonight?
Yes.
Yes. This vote is just on the actual district.
Yeah.
But another vote later on will be about the special permit issue, about maxing out at 3 stories. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
This is just on the map.
This is just the
This
change
technical
is
vote is
on-
on the map,
yeah.
but as part of the whole package, you're eliminating the ability to get a special permit for a 4th story. So that's coming off the books.
Okay.
Right now, you could get a 4th story by
Right.
special permit through the planning board. That is not going to be allowed after tonight's vote if you vote in the affirmative.
Okay. All right.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve zoning bylaw amendment 25-930. A 2/3 majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call a roll.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Chandler.
Yes.
Pellegri.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Jones. Yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
1 recused. 8 and 1 recused, sir.
I'll vote yes, too.
I said Vice Chair. Chair.
You didn't even ask him.
Kind of an assumption.
Motion carries.
Getting late.
Zoning bylaw
Getting
amendment
late.
25-931, the crossing zoning use regulations, a zoning bylaw amendment to the code of the town of Franklin at chapter 185, use regulation schedule, part 1 through part 7. This again is a second reading. Clerk will read the zoning bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading?
Second.
Motion second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move zoning bylaw amendment 25-931.
Second.
Motion and a second to move zoning bylaw amendment 25-931.
Yep.
Jamie.
So I wasn't sure if you were raising your hand. You didn't get it up quick. I think I'm good. Okay, I'll let you go. The planning board made recommendations.
Yeah.
And the one thing I wanted to just acknowledge was, I think the planning board did an amazing job.
Yeah.
And I also just want to acknowledge, we don't see this often, but for the record, this is why the bylaw process is a little cumbersome, a little frustrating. It's tough to follow. But even the staff, EDC, we do our reviews, but then still there's a few things that you just kind of miss. And the planning board did a really, really good job. And I'm going to leave it up to you guys to decide on all of these, but I assume Councilor Hamlin's going to support these recommendations. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No pressure.
I know, it's great, right?
She's got this.
So, yeah, the planning board made 10 recommendations to the use tables for this zoning district. I think all of them are awesome. I would actually like to add one more that the Economic Development Committee discussed. And I did talk to the chair of the planning board, and the director of planning and community development, and the town planner after this to express what the Economic Development Committee really wanted to add to this area. And I think if any of you have been down to this area lately, to go to the Children's Museum or to go to La Cantina when they're having a big event, you might think it would be nice if there was a parking facility there.
Yes.
Right? Off the street, like where people could go park instead of them all over in front of people's houses. And so the Economic Development Committee had requested that we allow parking facilities to be built in that area somewhere. I envision things like on the other side of the mill, where there's plenty of room back there. And the chair of the planning board agreed with me, so I would like to add something to their recommendation. Should I, and then I'll just make a motion?
You need to make an amendment.
I would like to make a motion to
Yeah.
To read all of their recommendations.
I didn't bring it with me.
Do you want me to, well,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I gotta read all of them? All right.
Well, because the motion has to be amended to include the planning
Okay, thank you,
board's
Jamie. I would like to make a motion to include the planning board amend
the motion.
the motion,
Amend the bylaw.
amend the bylaw.
No, I'm sorry, it's,
Same thing.
yeah,
I would like to make a motion to amend
a motion.
And the bylaw.
amend the bylaw. The changes to amendment 25-931. So there's attachment 2, garden center, changed to yes. Attachment 3, animal grooming, changed to planning board. Attachment 3, function hall, changed to yes. Attachment 4, light manufacturing, changed to no. Attachment 4, bus railroad station, changed to no. Brewery distiller, attachment 4, brewery distillery, changed to yes. Attachment 6, indoor commercial amusement, changed to yes. There is your pinball arcade. Attachment 6, outdoor amusement concentrated, changed to planning board. Attachment 6, automated amusement devices, changed to yes. There's your pinball machine. Attachment 6, C1, all right, we had actually already changed that. Correction should be to yes. And then number 11, attachment 3, 2.8A, parking facility, changed no to planning board, special permit.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Councilor DeLarco.
Why don't we want light manufacturing down there? Is there a reason?
The planning board was discouraged about how the mixed business innovation zone had all become light manufacturing instead of kind of a mix of retail and, well, no, it wasn't supposed to be residential, but different kinds of like shared offices and all and stuff, and it's just all now light manufacturing, so they wanted it to be changed to no.
Okay, all right.
Because it doesn't really fit with the
Why not?
description of
Why not?
the.
People work there, people get jobs, right?
I did discuss this one change with the planning and the director of planning and development and the town planner. And they thought that it doesn't really fit in with the description of the district. So we can,
Fairly dense residential, so.
So you'd have to make,
Franklin Sheet Metal's been there for 1,000 years.
so if Councilor Hamlin's full motion is done, amendment,
Yeah.
the council would then have to make a further amendment to amend her amendment.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
Okay. No, I'm just
Yeah,
discussing.
he's
it.
asking a question
That's all.
at this point.
That's fine.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Mr.
You
Chairman?
absolutely can.
Oh, thank you.
Councilor
Through the chair to Councilor Delorco's point, if we have an existing business, are they grandfathered?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pre-existing non-conforming.
Okay, so this doesn't impact businesses that are already there
No, no,
doing their thing?
no, I knew that.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Your motion hasn't been seconded.
I second it.
Here.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
he
has.
did. Most certainly did.
Patrick did.
It was just quiet.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve zoning bylaw amendment 25-931
It's the motion.
as amended.
As amended.
You haven't approved the amendments themselves first.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, I did not.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have a vote on the amendment as presented by Councilor Hamblin. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
The ayes have it, motion carries.
Simple majority on that.
Yeah, simple majority. Yeah. Okay, now we will have the vote on the motion to approve zoning bylaw amendment 25-931 as amended. Two-thirds majority roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Sheridan.
Yes.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Frangillo's not here. Chandler.
He's
He
gone.
stepped out.
Oh, we
No,
stepped.
he's
No,
gone.
he's
He's
left.
gone.
Oh, he left?
Yeah, he had to leave.
Okay. Frangillo's recused. Pellegri.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Jones. Yes. Vice Chair.
No.
No. And Chair.
Yes,
All right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Yes. One
motion
recused.
carries.
Yep.
Okay,
You need an absolute 6 anyway.
Yeah.
All of these.
yeah. Zoning bylaw amendment 25-932, the crossing zoning district, the zoning bylaw amendment to the code of the town of Franklin at chapter 185, schedule of lot area, frontage, yard, and height requirements. This again is the second reading. Clerk will read the zoning bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading?
Second.
Motion and second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move zoning bylaw amendment 25-933.
Second.
32.
32.
We're on
32?
32.
Yeah,
You're only on 32.
Oh, 32.
Yeah, we're still on 32.
okay. So we have a motion, we have a second on bylaw amendment 25-932. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve zoning bylaw amendment 25-932. Again, a two-thirds majority roll call vote required. Clerk will call the roll.
Chandler is absent. Sheridan.
Yes.
Cormier Ledger.
Yes.
Frangillo's recused. Pellegri.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Jones. Yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes. Motion carries.
7-2. 7. 1 recused. 1 absent.
Zoning bylaw amendment 25-933, crossing neighborhood zoning district, the zoning bylaw amendment to the code of the town of Franklin at chapter 185, section 21, parking, loading, and driveway requirements. Again, a second reading. Clerk will read the zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
Motion to waive the reading?
Second.
Motion is second to waive the reading. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move bylaw amendment 25-933.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is about the parking in that area. I do want to distinguish, to comply with MBTA communities, the councilor this year got rid of the requirement to have on-site parking for commercial industrial because you've got more than enough parking everywhere. But in the Crossing Neighborhood District, we differentiate from downtown commercial because there really is not any real public parking anywhere. So that requirement for one space per 500 square feet of gross floor area will remain. But during TA report, as we said during the whole process, that if there was ever any municipal or public parking down there, you can come back to revisit this requirement. It is a tight district. The parcels are very tight. I think in an optimum scenario, you would not want to have that parking requirement for CI. But we know it's going to spill on the streets. And so for right now, I think and I think Councilor Hammond agrees too. I think you got to keep it there.
That's right. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve zoning bylaw amendment 25-933, a 2/3 majority. Roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Sheridan?
Yes.
Tommy Ledger?
Yes.
Pellegrini?
Yes.
Hamblin?
Yes.
Jones, yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes,
It's 7, 1 absent, 1 recused.
motion carries. Okay, zoning, the last one. Zoning bylaw amendment 25-934, Crossing Neighborhood, Crossing District, a zoning bylaw amendment to the Code of the Town of Franklin at Chapter 185, Sections 3, 4, 20, and 31. This is the second reading. Clerk will read the zoning bylaw amendment.
Motion to waive the reading?
Second.
All in favor of waiving the reading signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move zoning bylaw amendment 25-934.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion on the motion. Jamie?
Just technical corrections to put in the Crossing Neighborhood District in a bunch of places in bylaw.
Any further discussion? Councilor Hamblin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a second. I just wanted to reiterate what Jamie said earlier about the planning board. Like, since the planning board, they went through this and they made recommendations to change what we had brought to them. And that, like, I think I've been waiting for that for 4 years. And it was just a wonderful thing, like, to hear what they thought about it, the things they really liked, things they thought we should change. And then I said, we'll change it. And so then they did. And it really represents more than just 3 people deciding what should happen, right? It's like everyone together. And that was like the best thing ever. So thank you. Thank you to the planning board.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve zoning bylaw amendment 25-934, a 2/3 majority. Roll call votes required. Clerk will call the roll.
Sheridan?
Yes.
Tommy Ledger?
Yes.
Pellegrini?
Yes.
Hamblin?
Yes.
Jones, yes. DeLorco?
Yes.
Vice Chair? Chair?
Yes.
7, 1 absent, 1 recused.
Motion carries. And just thank you one and all. That was an awful lot of legislation, but a lot of good stuff. It was a lot of work that the EDC, our town planning department, our full administrative team had put into bringing this through the EDC to the council. And just so people understand why we amended the 2 in there, just want to make sure, because of the timing of a planning board meeting versus a council meeting, we felt this council should be the ones to vote on all of these different bylaws adjustments, because it was this council and the CDC that put the work into it. And in order to accomplish that meeting-wise, we had to have the first reading before the planning board met to have their meeting to review. Normally, we would have just referred to the planning board. So I talked with the chairman of the planning board, and he was very amenable to doing it that way, to get it so that we could accomplish our goal of getting these pieces of legislation passed under our leadership. So Thank you, one and all. Town Administrator report, Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So DCR has a notification that's in TA's report. You can look at it here. It's required by their policy. This is required because they're hopefully working out an agreement with me to give us $1 million towards $1 million towards the SNET trail. So this is not changing like anything. Somebody called me and said, "Are they buying it?" I was like, "No, no, no, no." So they just asked me to do that, so I did it. Want to congratulate Julie very much on a Maya Safety grant. Speaking of grants, Julie was able to get us a $10,000 grant for the purchase of some two-way radios between our school department and our fire department and public safety agencies in case of an emergency. So thank you very much to Julie. Thank you everybody who came to the amazing event on Monday. Bad weather is always the most memorable moments. It was a literal deluge and monsoon, but what amazing energy at the MBTA's train station for the new disability platform and for the mural. There were a lot of naysayers. There were a lot of people that told me we're losing our character, we're losing our historical character, our historical preservation. This is the golden age of historical preservation because of community preservation. We've got the museum that's revitalized with the cupola. We've done the amazing job with Habitat for Humanity on a building that nobody ever thought was going to be done. Obviously the red brick schoolhouse, and now the train depot, I hope. And Alan Earls, I asked many times to put out an article. I think he left. But today there was a great piece in the Observer about trying to get a tenant in there. And so I really hope that that works. There was so many people down there, and the MBTA has a contact number. So if anyone knows of anybody looking for rental space, there's a number right there. Obviously the MBTA we can call. If anybody's awake, you know, I hope you open a business down at the train depot, but that was really great. And want to thank the Board of Health on October 1st for hosting a huge health fair with the Safe Coalition, the fire department, the schools, dental offices throughout town. Kathy Liberty just continues to do a great job with the community outreach on the health fair. Sad news, but we are very happy for her. I know she was on earlier, but Brika Lai Goodlander will be leaving the organization and has offered a resignation toward the end of the year. Brika Lai's done an amazing job, and if she's still up with Little Maple, thank you very much, Brika, for all of your work. It was very hard to replace. We're very grateful for all your work, and most people don't know or remember that Brika is actually the first full-time agent that we've ever had. We've always had part-time people. We always knew it was way too much work, but all of her efforts with things like Schmidt Farm and Maple Hill and a variety of other stuff in town and additional projects with friends groups has made a huge difference in the organization. I just want to remind people, if you're awake right now, then you're definitely not going to be stopping in my office, but it's just myself and Julie. So we've lost Amy, obviously she resigned, and Jared was laid off during budget cuts. You know, we're very responsive, but I have to put it out there. Here we are late at night, and thank you very much, Julie, for sticking around tonight. It's just us, just me and Jules. So if you don't get a response right away or the door's shut, sometimes we're just going to be closed. Sorry, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Some other really good news I mentioned earlier, after 10 or 11 years of planning, it is anticipated on Friday the final closing for the Franklin Ridge project will occur, and a bid will go out next week for the general contractor. Again, 60 units of affordable housing for seniors.
That's awesome.
And just for senior citizens down at the I've gotten a ton of phone calls. Ricky Ciccone now calls my cell phone now that he has it directly, puts me on speakerphone and the table down there. But we are going to do outreach sessions. There will be a list. It won't be probably for another 8 to 10 months, but there will be outreach sessions. If folks do have questions, they can call the planning office or myself. But eventually there will be outreach on how to win a lottery to be able to be in there. We hope that 70% by law, we've maxed out the ability that 70% of those units will go to Franklin residents. That's the maximum you can have under the statute. But that's also, of those 60 units, those are also hopefully Franklin people that live in a home that now can sell their home, build off that equity, and then hopefully that home will be resold, and then will be hopefully, revitalized a little bit, given a little zhuzh. So that's where new growth comes from, but that's where new children come from. And so hopefully some younger families can move into some homes in Franklin. We expect this to be an 18-month project. So we expect the opening probably to be at some point toward the end or middle of 2027. So, you said Florida, man.
That's for the winters, brother.
No, in 2030, not
but-
2027.
What's that? So, really, really exciting. We've talked about it forever, but now it's really going to become a reality. And because they never get thanked, I do want to thank the Zoning Board of Appeals for all of the many votes that they've done over and over. Just one a couple months ago, to be able to continue this project on and be able to make it a reality. And I think for a lot of people down at the Senior Center who are calling me with Ricky, they're very excited. Yep. Thanks, Mark. Also exciting news, we hit a little bit of a blip, but thanks to our incredible town attorney, we anticipate in the next week or two closing on the CSX parcel at the Snet Trail. That is also going to be an opportunity, hopefully, for municipal parking. And that is an incredible win for this community. And we anticipate next year is when they'll pull up the track. And we're going to be asking Jeff Roy for some more money in the state budget, hopefully, to get some design money to try to figure out what the design is going to be. So that's another huge win for the community. The good news keeps on continuing, and I have to mention it for the record, so people that read the minutes will certainly hear this. Thank you to many of you and Secretary Augustus, and thank you to the General Manager's Office from the MBTA. Thank you to all the stakeholders down in the crossing. I'm sure many of you will mention it too, but I have some updates for you that you haven't heard yet. One of the most beautiful things that I've seen, and this just, I have to say it because it's really inspirational. During the deluge of rain, the Chief Operating Officer of the MBTA had another appointment in Everett, and he was late, and it was raining, and when we left the T station downtown, he was off to Everett. A bunch of us went down and got into the room at the Children's Museum to have our meeting with Rep. Roy and Senator Roush, and Bob Vazella was there, Chris Feely was there, and a bunch of other folks. And then all of a sudden he walks in out of nowhere and said, I can't make it to Everett in this kind of rain, so I figured why not come down here? So if you think about the General Manager's Office of the MBTA, they love trains. Well, for those of you that have been in the museum, they have a huge exhibit with trains. They've got the huge window that looks out at the trains. The parents sit there and wait and look at the schedule so all the kids can get excited about the trains. And so we asked him for a land swap so that we could get access to the land next to the old Agway and the Children's Museum that people have been parking on the museum. People have been parking there for a while. He was so inspired by what he saw at the Children's Museum. He basically came up to me and said, we're going to get this done. We're going to do a land swap. We're going to do it. Fully on board. We're going to give you the parking lot. I need another 1.25 acres to be able to do my thing over here. And as a result of inviting Rick Kaplan and Casey from 305 Union Street at the Mill Building, the Mill Store, because we were able to get the easement for Rick Kaplan, okay, to be able to help him go to the planning board to redevelop that site into housing and first floor, Rick Kaplan came over to me and said, I think I have the acre for you on the backside of the lot to give to the T. And basically, if you're going to take over that municipal lot, that's a dream come true for me. So let's make it all work. Wow. So basically, you had a moment, in a spontaneous, organic moment, where because the General Manager's Office couldn't make it to the Everett because of the rainstorm, yes, he came down to the Children's Museum, and that son of a gun was there for 45 minutes after all of us left, playing with the kids, playing with the Franklin train station model, and said, this is amazing. The spokeswoman from the MBTA took quotes from Erin Gallagher and Meg Hagan to put in the press release. And they were on TV the other night, if any of you saw on the news, and huge social media presence from that. And I said to Ryan in the MBTA, look, whenever you're getting crap from the Boston Globe, just come to Franklin. And he said he is always here for us. He had a really great experience as the #2 guy in the general manager's office. And I think that is what Franklin is all about, and that is the love in Franklin, that is the partnership. I can't thank Rick and Casey enough. They couldn't thank us enough for putting the meeting together. And Secretary Augustus also gave them a ton of information on how to get tax credits for the redevelopment of that mill store and that mill building. So you bring all the parties together. I think, as I wrap up, Mr. Chairman, if you think about the Children's Museum, possibly getting that parking lot there, you're getting the trailhead of the SNET Trail for an 80 miles to Connecticut. That's going to bring people to Franklin who are going to eat at our restaurants, go out to our stores, and now Mr. Kaplan and his business partner can redevelop that mall. And then on the other side, Bob Vizzello is there. And it all started with La Cantina Winery.
Oh, yeah.
It all started 8 years ago when we passed the brewery and winery and distillery legislation. And now Franklin Crossing over the next several years should be a place that people can really, celebrate that unique culture and that unique neighborhood. So I can't thank all of you for all of your support on all of this. I didn't expect any of that to really happen. I really expected we were going to have to fight with the tea a little bit. But I thought that was really beautiful and that was really special. And the last thing I'm going to mention is regarding the LIP. I understand, and at the request of several of you, I just have to pause expectation management. I know some people here, and I respect everybody's feeling about the local initiative program. But this LIP thing has been blown way out of proportion. At the end of the day, rescinding the LIP is not going to do anything to anything about 444 East Central Street. Okay, the ZBA has to make a final decision. I anticipate at some point there'll be an appeal by somebody. This will go through for a longer period of time, for another several years probably, or another year or two. But I just want to set expectations straight because I was asked by several people to do this. Rescinding the LIP is not going to change Mass Housing or anybody at the state's decision on any of this. This is a ZBA decision. They're going to have a hearing tomorrow night. For people that are still interested in Stobart's and the 444, they have to attend the ZBA hearing. In the next month or two, I anticipate that the hearing will be closed, a decision will be made, and as I've illustrated to the building commissioner and the ZBA, at some point the hearing has to end, a decision has to be made, because this is going to continue on in some way or fashion into the future. I certainly respect the citizens who have petitioned that. I certainly respect their opinions. I understand the emotions behind it. I understand it's very passionate. I absolutely, truly do respect. The developer is going to be there tomorrow night with a whole series of proposals to, they're going to withdraw some of the units off the top, the bufferage, there's going to be a whole bunch of concessions that the developer is going to talk about tomorrow night. But I just have to manage people's expectations on the LIP. The LIP, rescinding it, even voting for the LIP is overstated. And at the end of the day, the LIP process has been blown way out of proportion. I don't ever anticipate one of these ever coming before us ever again. And people have put too much stock in the local initiative program. The developer could have avoided the LIP program, gone to the ZBA. The developer could have avoided that and gone to the state. So there's been many avenues at which the proponent could have gone into this. This has become a political football that has absolutely divided this community, and I just had to get it out there that while the comments have come in, and I do respect citizen feedback, and I think that citizens hopefully, truly will hopefully be respected by the ZBA, and I hope that their feedback is respected by the ZBA, and the ZBA takes that feedback into consideration when they make their final decision. But the LIP vote, or rescinding it, even voting for it, none of this was going to be the ultimate decider of that project. This is going to be decided by the ZBA and almost certainly in the courts. So thank you very much for that couple minutes, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time to clarify the record.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, subcommittee reports. I don't believe any subcommittee has met. Future agenda items. Councilor Frangillo, Councilor Hamblin.
Nothing at this time.
Councilor Jones, Councilor Cormier-Ledger.
I just have one, sir.
Okay, I can't get it on next week's agenda.
I don't want it on next week's agenda.
Okay, then.
I think the community would like an update at some point, Jamie, on the search for a ZBA chairman.
Sure.
wherever we are in that process, whatever applications have come in, just some sort of update.
I'll
not
make
just-
it.
We can tell it right now.
Okay.
I got no one. I've made public pleas, I've called dozens of people, I've
I've
done
called-
outreach, you've called people. The truth of the matter is this. With the way that people are treated at the meetings, no one wants to sit over there and do that job. And until civility reigns, and until people are more respectful of board members by shouting them down, yelling at them, following them to their cars, we've had police officers at a handful of planning board and ZBA meetings. I'm sorry, it's the truth. I do not have one single applicant in the queue, and it's been out there for months. So I've done outreach. Here's a good pitch, hopefully. Well, people are hopefully awake. If you're still awake, come on in. We'll consider you for the ZBA. So I do have one person down the line that might be considering it. I'll give another update down the line. But the truth is people don't want to serve on boards where they're going to be bashed on Facebook, their children are going to be followed. We have opinions. I respect that. If people don't want the project, that's fair game. But trolling people online, slandering people online, hating people online, threatening people online, threatening people to their face, having police officers in this building? Come on, nobody wants to serve on ZBA because no one wants to listen to the yelling and screaming and the trolling. It's as simple as that. So if people can try to, I think, be a little bit more civil at some of those meetings and try to be a little bit more courteous, I think you'll have some applicants. But Mr. Chairman knows, we've called dozens upon dozens upon dozens of people searching for someone with gravitas in the community to serve on that board. And the truth is, Councilor Cormier-Ledger, if people are concerned about development and they want to make sure that development doesn't happen, the planning board doesn't even have a contested race. There's no competition for the planning board, and there's not a single applicant that I can tap into on the ZPA. So I hope that update, gets out there, and I hope people take that for what it is.
Thank you. The hour is late. Councilor comments? Oh, future agenda item, Debbie, you?
No, just if I'm lucky to get elected again, can we talk about starting the meetings at 6 instead
Yes,
of
we
7?
can. Yes, we can, for sure.
How will that impact subcommittees?
I don't think we're going to have it. No staff.
It's gonna be hard. Okay, Councilor comments. Councilor Cormier-Ledger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's late, so I'll try to be brief, okay?
Thank you.
I meant to mention in the accomplishments list that I think the Joint Budget Subcommittee is worth noting, right? I think when people talk about accountability, transparency, and being able to open that budget process up, that's just worth calling attention to, that process was great and should continue. Thank you, everybody, for the Dean train station event. That was fantastic. I really enjoyed the meeting with Secretary Augustus as well. I did ask the question, Bobby, about the state formula for median income, because we had him right in front of me.
Thanks, pal, I couldn't go.
And unfortunately,
I couldn't go either.
he said that it is the federal government that defines the circle by which Franklin is included. And I think we can all agree that is not on the federal government's priority list right now to change.
not.
So we just have to live with the, whatever designation we have. But I did appreciate hearing from him. Secretary Augustus also mentioned some interesting tax credits coming down the pike starting in January for housing that will impact Franklin. So I think more to come on that, which is fantastic. I was really happy to see the Lions Club step up again this year and take the outdoor decorating contest. Those you may remember that was a cultural council initiative back in 2000 during COVID. It's nice to see that continues. There's a map. There's several houses. You want to bring some joy to you and your family's life this weekend. Drive around and see those incredible exhibits at night when they're all lit up. They really, really are beautiful. And the final thing I want to say is tomorrow night at the ZBA, there is going to be a contentious debate around a cell tower that's being proposed at the VFW. I hope everybody can be respectful. I hope everybody can understand that the VFW is looking to bring revenue in to serve the veterans that they serve. But I also understand that there's community concerns about a large tower, about radio frequencies, about a whole bunch of stuff. I've reached out to Scott at the VFW and urged him to consider a compromise of, instead of a tower, to look at possibly an antenna on the roof of the VFW, similar to what we have at the Adirondack Club. It could still bring in revenue, and it could still serve some of the needs that the cell tower is trying to accomplish without, hopefully, completely ticking off an entire neighborhood. But that's, again, urging everybody to please be civil and respectful and open to trying to meet in the middle on that topic tomorrow night. So with that, I will yield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. Councilor Pellegri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really have anything that I want to add, other than what some people have said here. Just with this arguing back and forth, it's got to stop. It's ridiculous. And I'm hearing it from so many people about mostly the ZBA board. I'm not hearing it about planning or any other board. So would you say, Jamie, that you're having problems with other boards being criticized and that? I haven't heard any of that, and I hope that I'm right and you're wrong.
It just depends. It's basically when there's a controversial project, like Summer
Yeah,
Street.
like-
Well, the planning board had it with Summer Street. The planning board's had it with numerous other projects too. So I think when there's a controversial project in people's neighborhood, it just gets a little out of control. You know, and I understand the emotions. I understand the change. I understand all of the feedback that citizens give is real. It's not something to dismiss people's feedback. But, you know, we've had to have police at a handful of meetings.
And there was a recent school committee issue. Sorry, there was.
Yeah.
And there's no way whatsoever that we can get out of this with the Stobart property.
Not with the lip.
No.
Not with the lip.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pellegri. Councilor Frangillo.
I think Bricola is a major loss to the community. Appreciated all of her efforts. I mean, she really changed what I even knew what conservation agent could bring to our community. And yeah, she's going to be missed, but thank you for everything that she brought.
Thank you. Councilor Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Councilor Frangillo. And also the loss of the staff that we have had recently, big people, is really, makes me really sad because the staff works so hard and we push them a lot. And they're very appreciated, all the work that they do. I was also at the ribbon cutting at the train station. I got to stand in the rain with everyone, and it reminded me of the ribbon cutting at the Snet Tunnel in the snowstorm, which we hiked on the rail trail in the snow. And that was, the fact that we got to have Ryan from the MBTA there was amazing. He was so knowledgeable, but he was just open to talk to anybody about anything. it was really great. The fact that we've already got that easement for Rick and that they already want to talk about like getting, like having that, finally having that property. I remember standing in the Agway and you and Jamie and Jeff Nutting were down there with people like talking about it, and just the fact that we potentially have made this major step shows the power of meeting in person, right? I do want to say one other thing that I do hear from people a lot who ask me, like, who should they vote for, and I always hate doing that. But there are a lot of people out there that actually think the way the town has been run is okay, and that they want to continue what's happening now. And those people are out there. They contact me a lot. I just wanted to add that into the discussions. And hopefully we'll see everybody next week anyways.
Yeah.
That's right.
A few hours.
That's what-
So we'll
Counting
get-
hours.
And then we'll all have our last say, and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hamblin. Councilor Jones? Thank you.
Mr.
Councilor
Chairman.
Oh.
Just to go all the way back to 17 hours ago, I mean, 4 hours ago, when the fire department was here, I want to just say congratulations
Forgot
again
about that.
to those new officers being sworn in, the chief taking on the new position. That was an awesome thing. And I wanted to give you kudos, Mr. Chairman, because in all my years of sitting in this seat, I have to give you due credit for all of the efforts that you've made to make the community part of our council meetings, and especially bringing in the police officers and bringing in the fire department and making this an event for the whole community to see. I know it means a lot to them, but it's also built a relationship with the fire department and the police department like I've never seen before. And I have to give you a lot of credit for that, because you've made strong efforts along with the administration to include everybody here. And I know the meetings get a little bit long, but I think it's worth it, to be honest with you, because that was a great ceremony tonight. It was really great to see, you know, you may not know this, but Jaden is actually the husband of one of my best friend's daughters. I've known him since he was just a little kid. So having him grow up and become a lieutenant for the Franklin Fire Department was a wonderful thing
Where's the gavel?
to see.
Yeah, he's too old.
And look, I'm already past sleep. I'm now just going into tomorrow. I'm just,
I'm trying to listen to you, and these two over here are coming in this year.
But that was great earlier, and I just wanted to congratulate them again. Chief's gonna do a great job.
Yeah, for
Thank you
sure.
for reminding
Thank
us
you.
about that.
Councilor DeLarco.
Just a couple of things. I've been getting a lot of phone calls about Pheasant Hill Road. Maybe Mike can talk to me about when that, if we have any ideas when that's gonna get done. You can call me tomorrow. You don't have to do it now. Just talk, just so I can tell them, because it is bad. I take the oil truck down there. It's bad.
It needs a water line, is the problem.
Oh, okay.
Needs a water line before it can do it.
All right. So Jamie, do we have that property from the MBTA yet? Because I worked with them for 24 years. So in a year from now, when we don't have it, trust me, he forgot all about you by the time he hit the friggin' rental.
Oh, all right, that's great. Glad to know.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay.
News. Thanks, Bob. I mean,
I don't. All right, I'm not gonna say a word tonight. It's been a long night. Thank you to everyone who was here and all our presentations that were given this evening. Congratulations to the fire chief and the two new promoted individuals. So thank you all very much. I apologize for the very late hour. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Non-debatable, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
No one?